Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, September 30th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Just a second here. There we go. And some background noise there. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be the host today along with John and Mark. And I think we're ready to get into today's show. And we already have a question from Lee coming up here, so we can start with that and see where things lead us as we go on an adventure here, penetrating the world of plasma technology. Yes, plasma. What is plasma? Turns out plasma is almost everything if you choose to look at it that way. Okay, so we have a question from Lee in the Q&A, who says simply, what differentiates computer viruses from our known viruses? Well, that's an interesting question. We are told that viruses are neither alive nor dead. They are basically a piece of information. And we know that computer viruses are not alive in our regular sense of alive, but perhaps they take on a life of their own, as they say, when they start to replicate and take over people's computers and servers and that kind of thing. Well, let's see what develops when we have a look at that topic. I know that, of course, in the Keshe plasma technology, working with and addressing viruses is an important part of the teaching about going to space, because there are viruses in space and they are known as being energy packages or energy packs. And they could very well be very strong energy packs in space that we would encounter, perhaps much stronger than the viruses that we run into on our planet. So how would we deal with those? And what would the difference be between that kind of virus in space and a virus that might infect the whole data or computer system? Well, I'm open to ideas here and any comments that people might have. What do you think? Differentiates computer viruses from our known viruses? Well, one thing is we know, well, it's supposedly known that viruses penetrate the wall of our cells and can replicate themselves within that environment. Whereas computer viruses also penetrate the wall of your firewall, as it's called, in your computer, and starts to replicate itself as well.
And what's the story behind the reason that Apple computers seem to have few viruses, where the other ones seem you need a lot of antivirus programs for the Microsoft systems?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Um, I got a virus program for my Mac computer, and I've only used it twice, and both times it came up with no viruses. And I've been using Mac computers since the 1980s, and I've never had a virus, at least nothing that's been significant or ever did anything. I've had trouble with browsers sometimes when some kind of browser type virus has replicated temporarily, but even that fixed itself. So, on the other hand, the Microsoft based computers are generally they almost attain viruses on a daily basis, and they have to have constant updates and so on to kind of get a handle on that. And of course, there's a whole complete uh, business that's been created from viruses. So you have probably hundreds of companies in the Windows PC type realm that deal with removing viruses and malware from your computer. And of course, most of them are pretty sleazy, and they say they have free software to remove the viruses, but they don't actually remove them until you pay them some money or whatever. So it's basically a form of legalized extortion as far as I'm concerned. And who knows where these viruses come from? Are some of these companies creating viruses so that they can fix them? Like the sleazy mechanic that breaks parts on your car so that he can have you call him to fix them next time around, and so on. I've heard that happens. I do not engage in that business practice myself, but I have heard of those who do.
Rick, it's Doug. There's a funny story about that sort of situation. I worked in a large retail emporium, and a man came in and handed out a card that said, if you have a broken window, call this number and we'll fix it really quickly. And 2 weeks after that, every window in the shopping strip had a smashed front window, which is safety glass. A big crack doesn't shatter, but it cracks. And there was a bit of suspicion and a bit of talk amongst the retailers as to, did everybody get one of these cards? And isn't it funny now all our windows are smashed? So they informed the police, and sure enough, the tradesman had hired a young boy on a bicycle with a slingshot and ball bearings to ride down the street and smash the windows. So, trickery, trickery.
Yeah, classic example, eh? So
Yeah,
we know that sort of mentality. It exists everywhere from kids with slingshots right through to grown-ups with full-scale weapons, full-scale military weapons.
it
So
is interesting that Bill Gates, who founded Microsoft, and what we know about him now with the corona, it sort of makes sense, doesn't it? That he's
well, it's actually a very, very big coincidence that the person that tolerates these computer viruses, basically. I mean, he could have made the software way better so that it was able to handle the viruses and pay more attention to that and so on, instead of allowing the population to tell him when the viruses were hitting and that kind of thing, which that's part of part of the way that they deal with these viruses is they come up and the population has their computers go down and they tally up a certain number have gone down and oh, then there must be a virus out there. Let's go get it, sort of thing. But who knows how where these viruses actually come from? There's, for example, there was a Russian virus tracking group that it turns out they were doing sleazy things in the background by creating viruses so that they could cure them. So, and you know, what's with all these so-called research labs around the world, mostly in China and other um, countries like that that have looser laws about the uh, um, you know, being careful around the viruses and so on, and they actually create specific viruses using the known viruses, and they add things to them to make them even more what's the word, effective or efficient.
Virulent.
There's another word for it too. It's the efficacy, the efficacy or the efficientness of how they work, and they can alter that in different ways and so on and so forth. And there's actually a lot of work being done in probably hundreds of labs around the world in that regard. But what do they don't actually necessarily um, work on the vaccine. They're working on creating viruses so they can give it to other labs and have them look at it and then work on vaccines from that and so on. So there's actually people out there creating the viruses in order for others to work on them, or who knows if they escape from the lab or perhaps get deliberately spread. There's all kinds of options that way. Pretty hard to track back exactly what happened after the fact. You can easily blame it on a bunch of animals because they can't talk. So, um, so what differentiates computer viruses from our known viruses? Good question, Lee. Do you have any answers? Or anybody else like to chime in here? What else do we know about the way viruses are differentiated? Go ahead, John.
I think the big question is, are they different?
Are they different? Hmm.
Well, Jalal made some points in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race that we give all these different diseases, viruses, and etc. different names, but really, when you break it down, they're all energy or energy packs. So are they different, or are they just are the only difference is the way that you handle them, or tame them, or utilize them, or neutralize them? So I thought that was an interesting point.
Hmm. Yeah. So.
And you're right, Rick. They name the virus after the various animals: swine flu, pig flu. We get Hendra, which is horse virus. Um, so many things they sort of blame on nature. But
yeah. And it was the coronavirus originated in China, supposedly by the Wuhan animal market. There's a huge market where they sell, or at least used to sell, exotic animals and animals for food and that kind of thing. bats included, and other strange snakes and that kind of thing. And they think that the virus jumped from, or that's one of the, I would call it a conspiracy theory, but it's supposed to be from the medical side, that supposedly the coronavirus has jumped from these animals to humans and at the Wuhan market, except that some of the first original cases did not originate at the Wuhan market. They were they just came out of the blue in different locations nearby that were not associated with the animals in the market. So
Sorry to interrupt, Rick, but because I'm subtitling the 319th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and in there, Mr. Keshe is talking about, how the virus actually originated. It was seeded into and around Wuhan, and then when the virus took a hold there, the first place it went, or the first place it started to become active, was the Wuhan market, and it immediately, because it's a virus, it immediately started to take on the emotion that it was feeling, and it went on to become a living entity, if it wasn't already so. But it took on the emotion of the animals that were in the cages, that were in distressed conditions, fearful conditions, being held in a very unnatural way, and that's how the virus, its first source of experience, if you like, in on this planet, or out of the box, was this all this fear, which Mr. Keshe said the founders, or the Gates Foundation people, did not take the simple physics of viruses and so on into account when they let it loose, and so it completely backfired, because it got out of even their control. They had their agenda of why they were releasing it, but it went way beyond what they had postulated, and the results are what we see, and it has jumped from around, using the emotions and the amino acids and so on of just about everything that lives on this earth. So, yeah, big mistake, Bill.
well, I don't think it was a mistake, because they've been planning this for years, so they knew exactly what's going down and when.
But did they know that, the nature of the beast that they were creating? Yes, they would have released their versions of it, according to where they wanted to, and held governments to ransom according to their whim. But I think it sort of it did get out. It's like a Frankenstein's monster. It did sort of just escape from their control. That seems to be what Mr. Keshe was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yes.
I can answer
ahead.
Lee's question. What is a
Okay.
virus? It's a piece of code which is capable of copying itself and typically has a detrimental effect, such as corrupting the system or destroying the data. Well, that corruption or destroyed data just might be your immune system. And that's exactly what's happened with this virus. There's a virus in a computer. It acts differently in every computer. Every computer, the operating systems are not exactly the same, because they're what? They're personal computers. We add all sorts of different things to the computers. Same thing as their RNA, DNA of a human body. Every one is a little bit different. This is why viruses act different in different people. So the whole thing is build your GANs up, guys, and carry it with you everywhere you go. And I'll tell you, I've been carrying cup 1 and cup 2 with me everywhere I go in little vials. It's amazing to watch the interaction of the energy of the people.
How so? What do you get
Well,
from
some
that?
people just they look at you and they and you talk to them, because I don't wear a mask unless it's absolutely positively they won't let you in the store, and they just look at you and then, I'm protected, I'm fine. And then they, well, why? And then you can bring out the little bottle and say, right here, this. And if you show it to them, then they'll see what's going on. And then some are interested and some are not. And today I did my chiropractor's office. Her whole building now is full of GANs. So we'll see when I go back in the next 2 weeks how the staff are and how everything is. It's going to be very interesting.
Do you mean you sprayed, or that you left some vials there? Or
I
how,
left them vials. Every room has a vial of cup 1 and cup 2.
Oh, neat.
And she's going to hide it behind all the plants.
Yeah.
So it should be interesting. She's very sensitive. She's picked up the energy right away.
Ah, okay. Is that
Picked up
the chiropractor or the
That's the
reception?
chiropractor, yeah, and it's her business. So
Ah, very good. Yep, that's a great idea.
well, this is it. I think when we share the knowledge, why don't we show the knowledge at the same time? No use just talking and blabbing about it. Show them the knowledge, pique their interest, let them handle it. See if they feel it. Ask them, do you feel it? Do you feel any different?
Mm-hmm.
Like Mr. Keshe said, we have to keep the teachings simple. So I'm going to pass the talking stick back to who else would like to speak next.
Thank you, Randy. That was a good testimonial.
And an excellent idea, Randy. I'm going to do the same. I do spray myself, going out and coming back home, and walk around with whistling and smiling. And people do look at me strangely when they're masked up and, and carefully observing, and suspiciously observing everybody. And there's, me walking around happy. But I think that's a great idea, carrying actual little jars of GANs.
And I keep my own GAN spray with me. So when you go to a store and they force you to spray your hands, I just take out mine and I got my own.
Yep. Excellent.
Yeah, the chiropractors are a good entry point into the medical profession, because they're usually a little looser and more into the sort of touchy-feely aspects of the medical, rather than the nuts and bolts of facts and figures and so on. And they keep away usually from the pharmaceutical drugs and more into more natural and energy type healing. So that's interesting entry point there. If their plants start growing twice as big as they were, or something like that, that will be a good indicator. It could be other beneficial side effects that were not anticipated. Okay, anybody else like to make a comment with our current topic or introduce a new one? Current topic being what differentiates computer viruses from our known viruses.
What about the story that people can predict viruses in the future? For example, did we hear that around this foundation, or it was in another location where Bill Gates did an interview with George Magazine in 2008 or 9 or 10, or and said that in 2020 there would be a virus affecting the entire planet. So there must be an ability to predict viruses.
Well, I think they have sort of a periodicity of 10 or 12 years or something like that. Not clear if that's true, but
I don't even know if the George Magazine story is true, but I had heard that.
well, definitely since the, what was it, the H1N1 bird flu that we had at one point, or was it, I think it was the SARS, the original SARS co-virus that scared everybody and that shut down, they did shutdowns and everyone was gowned up who was, the healthcare workers were all gowned up and had their safety suits on, and the Chinese were shutting down their cities and that kind of thing from all that. And that was kind of a dry run for the one that came for the coronavirus, in a way, for the one that we got hit with. And they predicted that there would be more viruses like that from back when that happened. I think that was it around 2008 or 10, something like that.
The other virus, go ahead.
You go ahead.
No, the other virus that concerned me was a few years ago when they had this Stux virus, something along that line, which was getting into operating systems of nuclear power plants, or they had predicted it would be, and taking over the control room and perhaps causing it to go critical.
Yeah,
do you recall that?
In Iran in particular, yeah. That's
yeah.
I think it was designed to hit the Iranian research facilities and that kind of thing. And I think it got out of control and actually started hitting Western companies as well.
So that was a designer virus, I would assume, made in a lab somewhere.
Yeah, it wouldn't have just originated by itself out of the wild. It takes too much finagling to make sure something like that works in order to, so it has to be designed and very deliberately to bypass the known, defense systems and so on.
And I was surprised to hear that Mr. Keshe said that certain people own patents on viruses.
Yep. In fact, the one of the women who worked at the Wuhan virus lab there had designed a year or two before the coronavirus came out. She had designed a particularly particularly nasty coronavirus from the basic coronavirus or whatever. She was able to bring other, I forget, there's a name for it, sort of like adjuncts or other features into the basic coronavirus.
I think they should be arrested.
Pardon me? Say again.
I think they should be arrested. How can they predict virus?
This is part of what the epidemiologists and those who study viruses and study that sort of thing, they can basically predict that there'll be another wave. They probably are already predicting the next wave of 10 or 12 years in the future of another example. But the thing of actually creating the viruses in labs and getting a patent for them, that's pretty strange because the same people that are getting the patents for the viruses are also getting the patents for the vaccines, and they're in cahoots with each other basically. It doesn't make sense to operate that way. But in our
You
world
know,
of so much is commercial and so much is all about the money and controlling the market and so on. And the companies that are doing all that, like the pharmaceutical companies, they have no ethics about what's good for humans or anything like that. They are strictly into the shareholders' profits, and they've admitted that recently that they are not in the business of healthcare or caring for humans. They are in the business of making money. And that's what's important to their shareholders. And they promised their shareholders that they would stick to that and not be, it's against their business model to heal people. That's what they admitted to the shareholders. And that they wouldn't engage in any business practices that were going to destroy their business. Namely, if they had a cure, there's no more repeat customers. So there's no sense in creating a cure. They want repeat customers. So you need to just wound somebody, not cure them.
actually, you're right. Every industry, like here in California, there was a time the fire department, they were caught. They were setting up fires because they're not doing anything. So they set up fires. And during that time, they were admitting their budget was going down. And if they don't utilize the funds for that year, next year it will go down further. So they set up fires.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, they do that with forest fires up in Canada here. When there's unemployment and you need some work, then you start a forest fire, and all of a sudden, all the forestry workers are needed to fight the fire, and you get work for a couple of weeks or whatever. So it's a shame, but that's part of the sickness in a way in our society, that we actually that money is used that way to create havoc, but as long as it's jobs, then it's okay. The same with the war machine that creates the bombs and guns and ammo and so on. They of course have to have a war or some sort of skirmish in order to use their products. So they have one part of their of the family, let's say, that goes out and starts the wars, and the other part of the family supplies the weapons to one side, and another part of the family supplies the weapons to the other side, and that family makes lots of money. But they aren't the ones that are going to war. They aren't the ones that are putting their sons and daughters in harm's way. Generally speaking. So it's a part of the money system that needs to be altered, let's say, in this time where the whole money system has become like a virus in our society. There's a good article about that in the Veterans Today a day or two ago from Gordon Duff, who mentioned Mr. Keshe actually in the article. Maybe I'll bring it up here just because we like to cause a bit of controversy here once in a while. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, this will be a little bit radical, but I'm going to show it anyway. Hopefully we won't take a blow from this. Let me see here. This is an article in Veterans Today by Gordon Duff, the senior editor of Veterans Today, who I actually met in Italy during the opening of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And the title of this is Queen of a Satanic Pedophile Cult to Join the Supreme Court. And this is about the new, what do they call it? Appointment to the Supreme Court. Amy Barrett is her name, apparently. And according to this article, she is with what's called the People of Praise, which is also known as the Children of Moloch, which is basically a very simple recruiting initiates to a devilish sex cult that promises an eternal life of butchery and debauchery. So this, it turns out this Amy Barrett is mentioned in the article, clerked for Antonio Scalia, who was the Supreme Court Justice, who was murdered by a pedophile ring at their massive complex in the barren desert north of the Mexican border. He was found with a pillow over his head. Now, the connection here, the reason I even bring this up, they get into all kinds of stuff in this article, or Gordon Duff reveals a lot of information in here regarding the sects and cults in the Catholic Church that follow certain occult practices and so on, and how they protect the pedophile priests and so on, the way they go about that and why they do and so on. And he gets into that. I don't have to get into all that really, but what I wanted to bring up, aside from this person that's been appointed by Trump, this Amy Barrett, into the Supreme Court, she apparently is very much into this People of Praise cult, let's say, according to Gordon Duff here. And that gets into it, and he goes on about Epstein and his about the who's running some of the pedophile rings and so on, and mentions the groups that are involved there. I don't have to say them all by name right now. And then he gets into some more about Trump and how Trump's involved with this, and the evangelical cults and the core beliefs from the old days of the old gods represented as Baal and other names that were worshipped in the early days, with rituals that include child rape and other things that are very weird. And he gets into more, and then toward the end of this document, which it goes into it quite in depth, he also mentions Alan Sterling, which Mr. Keshe was instrumental in the busting of Alan Sterling and having him put into the judicial system. Basically, he's doing life in prison right now because of his pedophile charges and convictions with his own children. And so it gets into all this. If you want to get into all the details, it's all in this article about Sterling Allen, and then he gets into Mr. Keshe's arrangement, or Mr. Keshe's confronting with these groups through Sterling Allen. And Sterling Allen had been speaking openly on YouTube and putting out movies about how he is a pedophile, and he's proud of it. And he considers himself, Sterling Allen considered himself the messiah of pedophiles, if you can imagine. So this messiah of pedophiles ended up getting busted and put in prison, and he revealed some of his, or maybe all of his computer files, or they were revealed for him by the FBI and CIA, which are all over it. And so the article mentions over the next few months when that happened, particularly when confronted by Iranian-born physicist M.T. Keshe, who ordered Allen and those around him banned from all Keshe forums. Allen openly flaunted his criminal activities. What made this particularly insidious is that it was obvious not only that Allen was not acting alone, but that he had broad support not only in his home state of Utah, where he was able to avoid prosecution, but in Belgium as well. There, Allen and associates Han Breckenien, Breckennier, I think it's called, Dirk Lorentzen, and Ad van der Zoot moved against the Keshe group, securing against Keshe wishes technologies with defense-related applications and passing them on to MI5 in Britain. When Keshe moved against this group and tried to secure his patents, he found himself being chased down the highway, shots fired, his car run off the road. Police arrested and soon misplaced the culprits, and soon thereafter representatives of Belgium's royals told Keshe to leave Belgium or be buried there. And then he goes on to say, on the European end of the FBI investigation, the trail, all of which is easily followed by the breadcrumbs Sterling David Allen has left, leads to the highest and most powerful of the scientific communities, where blackmail, kidnapping, and torture, threats against families, and in particular threats against children, have placed members of secret societies in positions of power at universities, think tanks, police, and counterterrorism agencies, and even the European Space Agency. More to come, he says. So I'm going to post the link to that article so that people can have a look at it for themselves if they so wish. And let's see. And like I say, it's a lot of information. May not be able to handle it, but it is part and parcel of what Mr. Keshe has been talking about for, well, 5 or 6 years here at least. And that's, I remember 5 years ago or so dealing with this. I was getting personal emails from Sterling Allen, and he was in the process of actually confessing to Keshe his activities. So in fact, implicating himself and basically wanting to get busted, it seems. But he was very proud of what he was doing, and that was his downfall. And he took down a lot with him, and the repercussions from that list of people that he had, international lists of people all over the world in his circle, are ongoing, and a lot of the busts that you see happening in the news and so on are due to that original impetus, by that original force by Mr. Keshe, who really laid into Sterling Allen when nobody else was at the time. Other people were tolerating him, or he was running the main alternate energy website, the one that was listing all the alternate energy and free energy connections and devices and so on. He was basically in control of that. So he had a vast computer network of was able to pick from all of that network to maintain his other network of pedophilia. So anyway, that's the basic lowdown there, and I just wanted to put that in because it had come up recently, and I like to support our friends at Veterans Today who very much support Mr. Keshe and the work that he's doing. And it's one of the only, in fact, it is the only news agency I know of that it will even mention the Keshe name, because it's basically banned from all the regular news networks, which are basically owned by the same families and corporations anyway. There used to be 50 independent news organizations a few short decades ago. And now there's six main news agencies, and they're all owned by the same families. So what we think is news from Fox or CBS or CBC or whatever, it's basically all the same source.
Rick?
Hello. Hi, Neil.
It's interesting that you bring this up now. I had looked many times at Pure Energy Systems Network, and I remember seeing Sterling Allen's confession on there about fiddling with his own daughter. And I thought that very strange. He obviously was waiting for the FBI, and that was his get away from the cult escape plan. But just recently, I was passing that part of the story on to Sasha Stone. Sasha apparently is going to be interviewing Mr. Keshe this coming week for his own network, the New Earth Project. So that's got a reach of about 100,000 or more people.
Yes, definitely. That sounds really good. That's this week, you're saying?
That's, yeah, Sasha was telling that because I communicate with him a number of times about the Keshe technology. He had come across Mr. Keshe way back in the very early days and sort of looked at the tech and then moved on. But now he's noticing that the manufacturing's happening. He's quite prepared to start spreading that out amongst his network of woken up people. So that should get a lot more bums on seats in Linz.
Oh, definitely. That would be excellent. Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of person that needs to get behind the Keshe Foundation and start the ball rolling in a big way.
Neil, what's the name of the channel that this Sasha Stone is broadcasting from? What's the platform?
He has a number of projects. If you know about him, he lives in Bali. He's a very intelligent, educated person. Looks a bit like a hippie, but that's him. It's called the New Earth Project. There's a Facebook group.
Okay.
There's also a number of websites. He's constantly live streaming multiple groups about what's going on in the world with the big V and all the backstory to that, and also about the tunnels that are being cleared, and all of the stuff that's relevant to this article we're looking at right now. He also is on I think he helped initiate the International Tribunal of National Justice with Robert David Steele about child trafficking and all of that sort of stuff. So he's very much a mover and groover in many different areas. But basically he's teaching about the new paradigm shifts and how, you know, we're in a World War III right now with the dark underbelly of the deep state. So very interesting times, and he's one of the little lights out there among many others that are trying to show through the smog and smoke of war that's going on at the moment, the fog of war that we all seem to be wondering what the hell's going on.
And Sasha's taken a lot of heat and a lot of flack for that international tribunal.
He sure has, yeah.
But that's part of the territory.
Yep. Anyway, he's a great fan of plasma. I've also found that a couple of other of these alternative radio broadcasters, Lisa M. Harrison, she's known about plasma for a while and she uses it. I haven't seen much of her broadcasts recently. She's staying a bit under the radar for a while. I've got a feeling Kerry Cassidy and all of those people know about Mr. Keshe, and they also probably know about the extra helpers from the galactic community.
I know that Randy, who is with us, is with the Rainbow Roundtable website and has plastered Mr. Keshe and the universal body enhancement units and all relevant information as much as he possibly can onto that website, because I've been looking at that off and on for years. And I just want to thank you, Randy, for joining forces to spread the word. And that I think it was a night at the round table talk. Who was it? Was it Elias or
Nikolai.
Nikolai?
I interviewed Nikolai.
Was great. Really good interview, and
I've turned it into a YouTube too.
Yeah.
So, and then what I did with the YouTube, I took and while we're talking, I show all the Keshe products.
Yes.
And the roundtable, we're putting together a new website right now to even give us more features and things that we can enhance different things and show things in a different way. That's being done in the background as well.
Fantastic.
And I share everything I can about Keshe on Facebook. Yeah. But Facebook's getting to be a little ridiculous. They're changing all the formats to make sure that it's so hard to navigate now. It's ridiculous. But we have to forge ahead. That's all we can do.
I believe that a sincere soul with the right intention somehow finds their way through the miasma of confusion, the fog of war, the whatever deliberate obfuscations and lies and cheating, and somehow or other they find the Keshe Foundation. You know, by whatever means, call it what you like. But, you know, people have told the stories of how did you come to this? And they just say, well, I was just, you know, surfing the net, you know, in my usual random way. And something popped up and a link or whatever, and it ends up Keshe Foundation. And from there, they just delve into it. That's why they and we are called knowledge seekers, I guess. We're seeking, you know, truth and knowledge, and seek and ye shall find.
That's true. And now that it's on public display,
yes,
that's a game changer for sure.
Yes,
Now now that the exhibit is there for what, the next year and possibly more?
Yep. Yep. That changes everything. That turns it from a theory that can easily be debunked and, you know, and mere words into something that the human race needs to see, and that's the, you know, physical substance and physical evidence, the wires, the you know, the door that slides closed and opens, and the beautiful design, and, you know, all those things that are on display in Linz is there now. And it was said, Mr. Keshe said, it's a travelling show. It will also go to Iran, so it can be temporarily packed up and assembled in other locations. He used the word like the circus. You know, it comes to town. You know, and shows off its amazing things, and then it moves to another location. And, you know, it's just what's required, I think, to tip the scales of the naysayers and the non-believers, and show us what it is. You know, let's see
That's
something
true.
tangible.
And then the real beauty of it is the fact that the energy is growing. And the more people start making GANs and everything gets, and the more the units are fired up, look out. That's it. We are going to create the Peace Dome, because we are doing it right now as we speak.
That's exactly what I was going to mention, and I showed a picture of the GANs as you said the words. So this is some pictures from Dean, who's at the exhibition, and took these pictures. And yeah, it's really big, because you not only see these things in front of us here, but if you're at the exhibition, you can actually do hands-on. You can actually pick up these bottles and feel the energy of the fields. And that's what people are doing. They're standing in between, and they're picking up things and feeling them, and using their hands as um, field field indicators, you know, and that kind of thing. And it's great. It's terrific. We can see. I'll just go through some of the pictures here that were sent by Dean into the Facebook here. Just a second while I get my screen arranged better. There we go. So we have there's this unique crystal structure in this GANs container. One of the original reactors from Iran of Mr. Keshe. Examples of nano coating and the coils.
It also shows the simplicity of it.
Yeah. So people can stand in front of this arrangement, for example. There's actually a little stand that you can stand on in one position. It's kind of a good overview of, you got the magravs in the foreground. Actually, the very foreground is one of the reactors. It's I think a triple core reactor in the foreground there, and then we have the magravs and various other displays, and of course the universal body enhancement spaceship unit in the background there. Interesting impression in that GANs, the bottom of that GANs container.
The arrow pointing you the way to truth.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we were wondering if you turn the bottle like 90 degrees or just turn it a quarter turn, would that impression change direction? Would it go back to the way it was? And also by changing some of the things around that bottle, would it change the fields and alter that that 3D image that we see there?
I wonder where the arrow is actually pointing in relation to the other displays in the center. You know, it might be pointing directly at the body universal body enhancement unit, or those little observations. Yeah.
This looks like the hydrogen GANs, and I think it was pointing to the other GANs on the table. One of the first photos Rick was showing were the GANs table, and there you could see the hydrogen deuterium, exactly this. And this is on the left side hydrogen, in the middle of the first row deuterium, and on the right side of the first row we have tritium.
Yeah, we can see the arrow a little bit there in that left-hand bottle. Yeah, it's pointing toward the center of the ganses, basically. Huh.
And if you look past the other bottles, if that is the bottle, then it is pointing towards the, the universal body enhancement unit.
That's right. You're bang on that one.
Just a coincidence. Move on. Nothing to see here.
Keep scrolling. Yeah. Nothing to see.
Pure fluke. Just happens to be exactly the right angle to the center of that unit. You could put a ruler onto the center of that unit.
Yes. Straight through. Yep. Yep. Right to the open door.
It's interesting how the ganses stick to that one bottle. I can't read it, but it's right in the middle and it's really dark. How the ganses stuck that one, exactly that one.
That's honey.
Deuterium.
Is that deuterium?
The one your pointer's on is honey, I believe.
This is deuterium. Honey was on the other table on the right side.
Okay.
I thought the three orange ones are hydrogen, deuterium, and H3. I thought he said they were in a different position the time he went through them.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe changes the position from time to time. So, but I believe this deuterium, you see it's written deuterium on it there. And I've heard that they take the upper fluid off every so often, put it in another bottle.
Yes, and this is hydrogen. It appears in the deuterium jar. If you have no salt anymore in it, if you have washed it, that there is no salt, in some time the hydrogen gas appears on top, but you have to be at the right time there to pour it out, because if it settles, you can't get it out anymore, because it starts at the top and then settles down.
Mm-hmm. And is that what we see in the left-hand bottle then, is what came from that deuterium bottle? The hydrogen bottle?
Yes, exactly. That was explained there.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What's the T for? Who's doing this must be Dan.
Tritium. It's tritium because you.
No, it isn't tritium. It's hydrogen. Tritium's on the right side.
If you.
It says right on the bottle.
Yes, I looking. It's tritium.
Tritium
look
on the
at-
right side, hydrogen on the left side. You had a T on the hydrogen, right? Is that what you think is the tritium?
In this photo, when in my phone, I bigger the photo. For me, I see tritium
Tritium where?
here, right here.
No, that says hydrogen.
Okay.
This one says tritium on the right side.
And your phone might be reversed.
Yeah, maybe we're backwards or something here. Trying to see if I can make it bigger. No, I can't. It won't allow me. I can go full screen, but I lose all my ability to interact.
I could share one of my photos with the 4K.
Okay, sure, that'd be great.
So there the most labels are, just a moment, please.
You are right. In left, it's hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium.
Just to be clear, we'll have a better look here just a minute. Okay, got that up. Oh, wow, is that ever better? You can really see it there now. Wow, it's like being there.
This white one in the middle is watermelon, I think. Cobalt is readable, lavender, folic acid. Then this grayish one was, how is it called in English? Silicium, it's in German. Silica. And I have also a photo from the second table. This was, I think, in the second week I have taken it because Mr. Keshe is changing the positions.
Look to the hydrogen, Joseph. Go to the hydrogen. You see this shape inside it? It
Yes.
always, me and Herbert, we shake it again, and again it have the same formation.
And it's pointing the same direction
Yes,
toward
yes,
the
yes,
toward the
yes.
universal enhancement unit.
Yeah, it's not 100%, but I am telling you about 90% is the same shape. It was remarkable.
Maybe it's like the top of the pyramid. It points to the location where the creator lives.
Interesting. Well, if you have more pictures, Joseph, go ahead.
Yes, you have
share.
also got these pictures, and I have shared it, I think, in a student chat. But I only wanted to share the jars because there on these pictures it's easier to get what they are. Here we have amino acids with CO2, amino acids with CH3, and COP2. Then amino acids with copper oxide. The black one is gorgeous. It's the honey, and with many little bubbles in there. It's if you look at it, if you give it your attention, then it's like the attention is coming back. It's like it's a living entity. But on the photo, it's hard to see.
Were you told how the honey gans was made? Is it the caustic method?
Yes, and then washed with 500 liters of water. You see in the right corner the measurement device that was used. And you have to know at washing ganses, you need experience. Because if you make it with the sodium hydroxide hot water method, then you start washing after it, and the GANS is changing the pH and the sodium hydroxide. So you're washing and washing and washing, then you are measuring after washing, but then you're measuring 1 or 2 hours after it again, because the pH is slowly changing. It's some kind of challenging.
So pH
said
is
it.
going to be perfectly balanced then to make it. That's why it's so hard.
Yeah, he said it was very difficult to make the honey. It took months, I think.
Yes, you have to you have to know this is approximately 500 milliliters, and if you wash it with 500 liters, how many times you have to make the washing process?
I would like to this aspect. I would like to talk a little bit about this caustic method of making gans. I have done sugar and salt. Even if you wash for a long time, the pH does not change. This is an interesting phenomenon. The pH does not change, and you can taste it. It's just water after washing several times, especially the sugar gans. The pH does not change. You use a pH meter, and its pH is it doesn't change after you remove the caustic. So it's a very, and you have to wash quite a bit to get the salt. I mean, the sugar specifically. It was the interesting thing was that after I made the sugar gans, I left it out, and there was the whole sugar gans was like full of ants. I mean, we have a lot of ants in the, and it's like they're all submerged in the water and dead, but it was full of, I mean, ants were attracted to it. I didn't see it that they were going in, but the pH level does not change. And this is a very interesting phenomenon, even when you wash a lot. And I have done it for both salt and sugar. And I think, what's his name, who talked about it early on?
So what pH you aiming for? 7.2?
No, it was like 13, 14.
13, really alkaline.
Yes. No, I don't know which one is which. Now, which one was which? I don't know. I think the salt was high and the sugar was acidic side of things. Yes. Sugar was in the acidic side and salt was in the alkaline side. So this is very, very fascinating when I did the sugar and the salt gans.
But I think the ants are more magnetically charged to the sugar first.
Yes.
I think that's how they seek it out.
Yes.
Or the smell, or both.
I don't know. It was like full of ants. The whole thing was full of ants.
And the thing is, are the tiny ants or the big ants?
Oh, we have so many different kinds. It was one of the medium kinds. And
You make gans of ants.
Pardon? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
So you would have made gans of ants.
Yes. And I am also interested in doing the honey now because I have there's a very good reason for making the honey gans that I want to make, because the honey, the room that I live in right now, I was making all sorts of gans, including 1 cup, and the wall of the room, there was a usually these bees create their honeycomb on trees, but it was on my wall, and I was not sure why they're building a honeycomb, their home on the wall. So So we collected the honey from those bees that were building the honeycomb on the wall, which was, I mean, next to my head in a way, on the other side of the wall. And so I want to make the honey gans of those because it was, I don't know for whatever reason, it was on the wall and not on the tree. The only
I have some important informations because it's the feeling like many people want to make these Ganses. They are not all of them with the sodium hydroxide hot water method. There are several other methods to create the Ganses. One of them is to take a CO2 and put powder in it, like the omega-3. And at the phosphor, you have to be very careful and you have to use sophisticated security. Because if you take too much of the red phosphor in combination with the sodium hydroxide and you pour the hot water in, then it might ignite the liquid. Then you have the burning liquid and maybe your jar is breaking, the burning liquid goes to the floor. So you have to have sophisticated safety if you are doing this. And it should be the same like phosphor at magnesium metal. But we are not using the magnesium metal for with the hot water sodium hydroxide process. It's a combination of drugs. It's magnesium citrate and some other magnesium powders. And at the calcium side, there is not only calcium citrate in there, there is also from the octopus bones. They made a gans from the octopus, from the bone of the octopus, and made a gans from it and added it to the calcium gans because this octopus bone calcium is near our body calcium.
It's cuttlefish.
Yes, cuttlefish. Thank you. So this is just that we could see the labels and other things.
Yeah,
so
very good information, Joseph.
It's needed. We had so many informations there. I barely can remember a big part of it. So, but Rick, please go ahead with sharing the photos from Dean. It was only because of the detail I wanted to bring it in, because of the questions. Is it hydrogen or deuterium and what else? Thank you.
Is the red one on the left, the upper left, is that watermelon?
Yes, this is the second watermelon. One watermelon on the table before, on the left table, is white because they made it of the outer part. Outside it is green, and then you go in, then it gets white, and then the red tissue starts. And from the white tissue, they made the gans, and this is from the red tissue of the watermelon.
I had a question about the GANs that are displayed here. Is there a story of the intention of why they made the GANs? Not just that we see the GANs and because they could make it, but what was the intention behind the different GANSes? Do you know?
I think it started somewhere in 2017 or 2016. And in the meantime, they have several hundred different Ganses. it's the time where this topic came up, and it's possible to make from everything GANs, and it's connected to the now the word is missing. If you eat something, you can also use the fields for eating. It's this topic also. There are several topics, and in the meantime, maybe 400 or 500 different Ganses the Austrian team has.
Well, I was hoping that with regard to one of them that's on the table, we could pick any one. Let's say the honey, for example. What is there the story of the who created it, what their intention was for creating a more acidic GANs, kind of as it speaks, a more magnetical GANs? Was there a reason why they chose honey? You know, the knowledge, that's what's I think maybe is missing, not just replicating the GANs, but actually trying to understand the intention behind it more so than what you actually do to produce it.
Well, a lot of these are produced for their own research, Mr. Keshe said.
Yes, there is no special intention, because there was only what I'm thinking about it, only the task of doing it. But if you're doing it, your intention goes in there. Your energy flow follows your attention, and your intention is in this energy flow. So everybody who visited this table left a little bit of his energy and his intention.
But you would think that how they came to the conclusion of the recipe for success, how they would have fashioned it into a way to produce an intention in the matter state. So that if I look at, let's say, the folic acid, in a way I'm trying to create something that has a lot of energy, that's a radiation-based type of GANs, but yet is harmless, but has the energy pack that would support something that would require something that has a lot of energy, so to speak, like a B12 or a folic acid, something that can provide energy at the level of cesium, but not be harmful to the human. That, if that's what the intention was, I don't know. See, that's why I was hoping there would be someone that would be able to give a little bit of a backstory to why they created the folic acid, when we kind of have an understanding why they would have created the CH3 or the deuterium or the tritium, because we've kind of gone into a lot of that. But why the folic acid, or why the sugar GANs, which to me would be very magnetical and beneficial in, whereas the alkaline would be more gravitational. Just kind of that, where were the key points of the knowledge put together and put the puzzle pieces together to make something that actually could imagined and then duplicated and replicated, if that's possible.
So I think they just made it for stock, that they have made it and have them on stock. And now there comes a maybe medical case. In connection with the medical doctors, you receive the information to use this or that GANs in this or that shape or device to help this guy. Then you will take the GANs, and then you can add additional. In this moment, you're taking this little bit of GANs out for this specific usage. Then you can put your intentions again in there. It's not that it has to be at the production state. Yes, there also your intention flows in, but the atoms are open. So they can fetch your intentions anytime. And if you're strong enough, you may some kind of program it. But I have no documented experiments in that. It's just theoretical knowledge from me.
And this must be provided to other researchers or other facilities as well, because Mr. Keshe said this yellow bottle, the folic acid, sells for 400 to 600 euro.
Yeah, I think they have the Ganses available for sale, do they not? All these Ganses?
These Ganses they have for sale, but I have removed the prices on this picture. I don't know why it was some kind of feeling to do that. I have the picture with the prices too, but I don't know if it's necessary to know the price of the Gans. But if you want and say just share it with the prices, then I can put the other photo up. It's no problem for me. There we
Well,
have
that kind of goes back to my question. If it's sold, does it have a specific usage or that the person intended it to be used for, like the calcium or the magnesium or the omega-3? I mean, perhaps omega-3 is to help with brain, medical issues, or the folic acid is to help support things like that.
Well, that's the whole thing about it. It's for the medical doctors. So most of us don't have enough knowledge to be able to use it in a proper way. And half the knowledge is not really adequate. So that's why the medical doctors are under the private teaching, not public teaching. They don't teach all the techniques of the medical doctors because it would confuse most people, and they would take part of the knowledge and start using Ganses in ways that they're not supposed to be used, and so on and so forth.
So are these Ganses for sale only to doctors?
No, everybody may buy them.
What's the light green one we see in the near the center? Yeah.
The CUO?
Yeah, much lighter.
Mm-hmm.
From all these Ganses, your body take what it need.
Well, I just wanted to know if there was certification and paperwork that went with these, or anything that, like that type of thing.
Yeah, all of the Ganses, it's not harmful to the body. They have certification of that.
As I know, the certification was made for plasma water, and they have not made for every different GANS extra certification. It was just that the plasma water is free from harmful substances and is clean and may be used.
Exactly, and you are you are using only the plasma water. You do not use the Ganses.
And at the plasma water, they can't measure the field strength. So if you give the certification department any plasma water, they just see if there is matter in there, which matter, and if it's clean.
No, I meant to say that the sealed bottles are not to be opened. You can buy the bottle of GANs, but you're not to use it. That's what I didn't. I'm just trying to find out a little bit more information about it. Whether you can take it out of that bottle and put it into a bigger bottle, or are they to be remain sealed and just for like showing and holding and such?
They are sealed, and you have to buy it to open it. And then you can make whatever you like, hopefully just good things without harm to anybody.
Yes, because if you wanted to get to the water, the way the bottle is would be very hard to extract just the plasma water above. So maybe you'd want to put it in a giant container or a double-sized container, something that you could actually draw the water off of. That's why it was just, if these are not for consumption, or if these are not for topical use, these are to remain in the bottle. I didn't know if that was part of the information that needed to be added.
Can I make an example? Sorry.
Yeah, yes, just go.
When you have the kit, no, you have two plates or coils. It's not important. You have the matter, no. You create the fields inside your environment. It's gaseous, liquid, or solid. It's not important. The same thing you create with the field of GANs. You playing with the field. I don't need the GANs in the matter state or the water of GANs, because I have these GANs, I put in the other GANs, and between you create the field, the environment, what is your need or what you are thinking. It's like a plate in the kit of CO2, for example. This is my opinion. Sorry. You play with the fields because the same thing you making inside you, inside the universe, inside the all.
So
No,
what are
I
you
understand.
saying?
I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to get clear on what Dan's saying. You're saying you don't use the water? You wouldn't use the water at all, Dan?
You can't use the water. It's not necessarily only in the top of GANs, or because it's the transfer of fields. No. When it touches the GANs, when it touches the field of GANs, it's one thing. You can use the water. You can don't use the water. You have the other environment. You create between one butter and the other. In one plate of copper is manifest one kind of field interaction in 3 point minimum. Left, right, and the material what it's made. Envelope. You can depend what your environment you create. When I say,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dan. I'll ask after.
Just try one experiment. Take any of your ganses that is affecting or has a very different pH. Put it in a glass jar, seal it, and then put it in a bigger jar with water, and then measure the water around how the pH is changing. Then you know.
So what you're saying, Joseph, is if I take my vial of GANs and I put that inside another vessel of water, it's going to change the pH of that water by the field strength alone?
Yes, but sometimes you have to make two jars with the GANs, one with just a little bit in there and one with much more in there. Then you have a faster building up or building down the pH level, a faster in.
So then you could take a small vial and a big vial and put it into water, and that would make in essence, that same plasma water, but a weaker field strength?
It's not the same like the water that has touched the ganses. There should be a difference, but you have the fields in there. And if you make it with the two jars, one just a little bit and one full, then you have the connection between them. The bigger, the more full jar feeds the weaker. And when the weaker gets more energy, it feeds back to the bigger jar. You have the 8 between.
So then you're creating a chain loop then.
Exactly, yes.
Well, the reason I brought up the question is because they look so inviting. They look like, it looks like refreshments. And so I know I wouldn't want to consume the deuterium or the tritium or the CH3, but the other ones look very inviting. I was just wondering if there was a way, if the information that's provided, well, these are not for topological use. These are not for consuming. These are for a specific, like the deuteriums for lift and motion, or the tritiums for lift and motion, or for shielding. I just didn't know if I was there, how would I elucidate the information that would help me pick the proper purchase if I was looking to do something without saying what that is. That's what I was just trying to get.
I'm wondering if there is deuterium GaNs there. Is that what's on the right, or because all the other ones are the normal GaNs? We got the CO2 GaNs, the zinc oxide, the CH3, the they're all pretty much regular GaNs. We don't see the really exotic ones for sale here, it seems. So I'm wondering if they're deliberately selling the ones that are considered to be less field strength, let's say. Ones we are used to working with.
Speaking of exotic, what on the right-hand side?
That's what I was going to say.
In the middle, the neck of the bottle has some patination. Can we see that up close? And is that just a decoration on the bottle, or is it part of the?
Somebody has switched the bottle over. And this is the residue that I think maybe because there is air in there has dried. Or this is what was left there.
It looks like the one behind it's a tritium, right?
It is deuterium, but
deuterium.
This orange is the H, the hydrogen GaNs, and it was not taken out, so it settled a little bit. But when it settles, you can't divide it from the deuterium GaNs anymore.
So the one that's closest to us, that's the deuterium. I believe it says on the bottle. Deuterium, it looks like H2O right there. And then the farthest one away from it that's the tritium. Both of those are for sale?
No, the furthest one away is deuterium, isn't it?
All the three are deuterium.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
It doesn't say tritium, it's a rhenium.
Yeah.
RIUM. So what the center one? Why is it so black, and why is that dried that way? Which is interesting because it somehow reminds me of the brain structure. And Mr. Keshe has been talking about the brain and the idea of a computer and so on and so forth. He discussed in the One Nation program yesterday about the creation of the brain structure that looked a similar structure to that Marco did back in the start of the KFSSI.
But wasn't the Jack in the Box brain calcium?
Jack in the Box brain?
Yeah, that's what he called it. He called that the brain that was in the box. He said it was he called it Jack in the Box. And so I thought it was a calcium because it was a whiter, I don't know if it was black because he didn't really show it, but that's what I was curious about too when he was talking about the brain that Marco made, or I don't know if it was Marco, but they made back in Descensano, I believe.
Yeah, I think that was a bluish or greenish kind of thing in a sphere, is the way in a lab flask is the way I remember it, but I'm not quite clear on that. Anybody else have some memories of that, or preferably a picture?
Yes, because Mr. Keshe, I think yesterday, was commenting on this experiment. He said that not only the GaNs were needed, they had to use different GaNs. It was that the GaNs itself had to have a heartbeat, and The key was the positioning the gases in this jar to achieve it. And if you think the brain we have in our body is depending on the zinc bandwidth of field strength.
Like in the empty box of universe, the position, not floating for moving, is the right position for create the interaction.
Yes, you may refer back to the meeting yesterday, the 1 PNR. And at the end, Mr. Keshe is coming in and giving a bunch of information. It's very interesting.
So my question was, those deuteriums are for sale then?
Yes, they are for sale.
Sorry for intervening. How you believe it's create this transition, deuterium, hydrogen, and tritium in your body, in the thalamus or in the hypophyse or in the neck, no, where you have the glands. How is make the transition, or in the cell? It explain, Mr. Keshe, how it's made, or in the reproduction system. What is with division, added the energy or taking the energy? Regarding the omega-3 acid folic and vitamins and everything else. The question is for the guy of, I don't see who is speaking first.
For Joseph?
No, previous.
Yeah, I think that was Joseph that was talking about the GANs for sale, right?
I think it's you who put the question, no, regarding these GANs.
Well, my question was, what I was trying to kind of get to is that they made the deuterium for a reason. And if it wasn't for medical reason, then it was for some other reason. Is it for lift and motion? Is it for for creating the dome, the shielding, or something? That's why I was trying to find out, if I choose this deuterium, how do I kind of want to know what the original intention was, so that if I choose to replicate it through my own process, how I would be able to replicate it.
The same
Does that make
question.
sense?
Yes, it has sense. I have 1 kilo of protons, okay, or neutrons, sorry, neutrons, because it's explained when you make a CH3, deuterium, tritium, and protium, for create between what? The proton, the neutron. No, I have 1 kilo. I'll give it to you. What do you intend to make with this cornerstone? What do you build? What is your intention?
Well, if it was my intention, then I wouldn't need you to give it to me. Sorry. I can see the deuterium on the screen in a bottle, but I don't know why it was made and what their intention was. If their intention was to just do it, to show that it could be done, then I can understand it. And if it's in the ethos of creating lift and motion for space travel, well, then I can follow that along. That's what I was just trying to kind of work towards, not how it relates in the matter state, but how it relates to the plasma state, on how even though it's basically a widget to me, what was the intention to create the field strength, to create the conformation that you need to realize to make it happen. Maybe that's not the way to put it, but.
Well, deuterium is an isotope of hydrogen. So I would think it's for space travel. That's one of the isotopes.
may I add something? If you are producing a GANs, your intention is in there because you direct with your eyes and with your energy the intention you have to the GANs, but also it has a part of the intention of the planet because it's standing somewhere. Then you have from what is in the room. There might also be energies from this in there. So you have always, it's not you're choosing one intention and it will be just only this one intention. There are many other things also in there. We have to look at the whole picture.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. So that in a way, the hydrogen, the matter state of the hydrogen, if you create the GANs of the hydrogen, in a way it's the deuterium, and a GANs of deuterium is like a tritium. So I look at the deuterium as the intermediary between the matter state and the plasma state. Even though it's a GANs, it's kind of facilitates the thought process of looking to another level of understanding where the hydrogen is the matter state. How do we theorize about the intermediary, and so we create a GANs to kind of help confirm that, but how do we take it to the next level in a field strength or an energy strength that we can use it as a tool to do things with?
Can I answer you, Stephen?
Sure.
Please? The first, you answered yourself in your question. This is a space age science, and how it is complicated. It's very simple. That the housewife, she can do it. Who can make deuterium and tritium and hydrogen? No one. Only the sophisticated labs and high degree doctors and professors, and you know, and it takes trillions and trillions of dollars to produce that. And Mr. Cash bring it here and teach you how to do it with sense. Actually, it costs $1. This is the breakthrough behind it. Unreal. That it's available. Whatever you want, you can do. And all the ganses here you see in this area, you can do more. And if you want to use it, it's very easy. If you buy any one of that, you cannot just take it and you pay your money and go. Because I saw how the people they are selling there. First, he asks you if you know what is that and how you use it. This is the first question Halbert asked. I noticed that.
So there are prerequisites to purchasing something. You just can't go buy something and just take it home, right? There has to be
unless you know about it, unless you know everything about it.
Okay.
And you see, if Joseph go to the right a little bit, there is a device. Maybe the other picture, Joseph. Yes, that in the top. You see, there is a device of pH device. We made the experiment. We have two devices. In this table, there is a cup of water, and in the other table near the entrance, there is also a cup of water. Same water, same cup, same time collected and put it into two different area. And this device measures the pH all the time. And we see a difference in the pH between them. Just normal water. And you see the interaction of the field there, how it raises the pH level. There about I notice maybe 1 degree more between them. Just simply difference in the spaces between the cups and the fields there.
Yes, and so the follow-up question may be why or how?
What? Why the difference in the pH?
Yes.
Because of the fields there. Enhancement unit you have in the area.
No, not for me, Jill. I just meant in a way that, because I know you understand. It's very easy for you. But my point was how to share the knowledge in a way that we kind of now start moving towards the nitty gritty, so to speak, or the
Yes. You are 100% right. This is the question. Why? This is what open the eyes of the people. Why? Why this is different between this one and this one? And then when he asks the question, he will get the answer. This is this is the most beautiful question you ask. Why? If normal person understand what's happening there, finished. This is what we are targeting. That the people understand what happened in the world. Why this behavior? Why this that? How can I? Okay, I heard about hydrogen in a way. I cannot even look to it because I need 20 years of study in some way. But it's very open and very easy to do. This is the most beautiful question you said. Why? If you ask why, you find the answer. Why and how? This is beautiful. And all of these gases, I think, Stephen, the body needed. There is no any gas here. The body do not work with it or create it. All the gases here in the expedition is the body have it. I'm telling you, when you go there inside, it feel difference. You are satisfied from all the angles there.
So you've been there? You're there?
Yes. When I came in, I 28 hours I didn't sleep. I wasn't sleep because of the trouble. And when I came in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I forget that I did really want to need to sleep until the night when we went out to the hotel. And then I said to Herbert, "Oh, you know what? No," I said to Gunther, Gunther, maybe I forget something called sleeping. 40 hours, nothing. I feel fit and strong. I don't want to go out, really. And I told them I can sneak and sleep in the back. There's a different feeling.
Is there anything that spoke to you specifically that called you to come to? Was there any one place that you gravitated towards?
The sun, the enhancement unit, the sun. Before I go, I was looking at it and I vibrate with it. And when I went there, all the time when without looking, when I facing this direction, I vibrate with it. And I told the guys, guys, always I am attached to this device, and in a way, I feel it. My heart start to bump really. I can hear my heart when I facing this device.
Is
Well,
that
Al,
the,
is that, yeah,
the
you're going to
materials
ask the
one?
same
Sorry.
question.
Yeah. The materials, that's the material enhancement unit, correct?
Yeah.
So did anything manifest for you?
What can I say, Stefan? When I went there, I didn't have any thought. You know, I told the guys, you go there inside. It is a wishing box, whatever you want. I can swear. I'm telling you, anyone go there with a wish or intuition, he will achieve it. If is it bad or it is good, because energy, there's no difference. You take from it what you want. If you want it in to let's say uh, the bad, first it will take from you because it's working with you. And if you want it in a good intention, first it will give you. And when I was there, I didn't have any intuition, anything. I just want to be there to feel all these feels. And seriously, I want to be in the presence of Mr. Cash and take this tiny box. I can order it from the store, but I said no. He need to sign it. This is very interesting, and for me, it's important.
When you finally did go to sleep, did you go back in your dream?
No, nothing. I just slept, and when I wake up in the morning, I noticed that I slept in my half face, and the guys was laughing. It's like a swelling.
Are you still there?
No. I came back this Saturday, but it's really beautiful. Yeah, there, you know. Normally, I do not stop. When I speak, I do not stop speaking. That is normal for me. But there, it's different. Different is different. Everything in your head, it will polarize. Uh, Everything is clear. Even the information, even your knowledge, what you gathered all these days and months and years of this technology. I'm telling you, I even there give a thought of device. It's just coming, and I told it to Herbert to do it. It's just click on you because uh, knowledge is there and the intelligence is there. You just open to it. Just open it. Just receive it. Accept this knowledge. When you accept, you will get. It's a
So,
beautiful feeling there.
So can you verbalize anything that you learned that you didn't know beforehand that you
Uh,
do know now?
no. This device, in a way, I learned it from the teaching, but it seems that we forget, Stefan, the our nature. We always forget. We Because we choose to forget. But there, when you are inside, everything beautiful. Also, there is no negative feeling. Also, there is no negative memories. Nothing. No negative memories. Also, it's only the beautiful thing. It's come out. You find yourself. It's calm and aware about everything. You can feel the feels. Although I am working with feeling with the feels, but there is different. You can feel it in whole your body, your head, even your hair. The feeling is there. Is different. And when you go out, you notice after 1 hour, it will reduce. You understand? You have a concentrated dome of fields, a very beautiful fields, calm, peace. And I didn't have this thought that I can wish. That this is only when I was back with Joseph in the car, and I said, "Wait a minute." When I connect the dot, what happened, what I said, what come out, said, "Wait a minute. This is really the place where you can wish and you can achieve. Why I didn't do that?" So it was in my mind. Maybe it's a thought, but it's happened without thinking. So for this is for 1 year more. If you can go, you will not regret. You will not regret. Whatever it cost you, it will not regret. In one day, I really wish to be there. In Sunday, in Monday, I came to the company. I asked for a leave 3 days. It's like a click of finger. Okay, you have it. Here in that time, you can take a 3 days vacation. No way, they will not give you. But everything goes smooth and simple. Even in the airport, when I arrived, they need some certification that you are negative, positive to the corona. And even if you don't have, they need address. And I didn't have. I said, What you speaking about? I am going to a place where we cure this virus." And he was astonished. I show him the video, the picture. I said, What are you saying?" And then he said, "Okay, I need the address." I said, "I don't have address. I'll go there and they will take me to the hotel. So do what you like." And then he said he saw all the people went out, only me and him. I said, "Okay, come." He writes something in the paper what I present to him, and I said, "Yeah, you can go." It's a beautiful, but if, if you see his look.
Well, because a lot of us are prevented from traveling. That's why I was like, so you easily could go from your country to that country by air, literally. You did.
Yeah. Europe, I think there's no a lot of restriction. And from Sweden, that now they know Sweden, they don't have problem with that, so you can travel.
Not us. We're pretty much stuck over here. So that's kind of one of the issues I think they first brought up, you know, did
But
you have to wear a mask and things like that on the
yes,
airplane?
yes. This is a law, and even here in Sweden, when you come into the airport, you need to wear a mask in the airplane. Where is the public joining? You need to wear a mask.
So you flew from, you were originally in Sweden?
In Sweden, yes.
Oh, I was thinking that you were in an Arabic country.
No, I am in Sweden.
Antonio here. That last picture, there was, yeah, the center, the nano-coated copper, is it?
Yes, just let me explain. You see two wires. One wire is going down, making the center coil. The same wire at the bottom bends outwards, makes the magnetical coil, and comes up. This is this cup. The best explanation is it's from the R&D section. They have made this one, and let's just a moment share the fiber cups. Yes, here. You see they are like not standard. You have many coils in there, and they have also the Austrian R&D team or the Austrian manufacturing team put also in the gravitational cups some additional elements in there. So it's specially made for the exhibition, and it's a kind of the of our R&D work.
So Joseph, it's a continuous wired double coil then, in a way?
Yes, exactly. So you have only one wire, but making a double coil.
Because I made, when I was making a maggrav, I decided to make the inner and outer loop as one continuous wire because I didn't like the way the connections were. So I made it out of one continuous wire, similar to that. It took me a very long time to do it. To wrap the inner coil and then to wrap the outer coil, it was almost like I was knitting a coil almost, if you can think of it that way. So this is kind of something similar to that. So the GANs that's produced between the two coils, it looks like it's a little more grayish in the picture. But that's just because of the way it looks. But do you end up with two different a wider spectrum of GANs because of the coil, so to speak?
It's not just because of the coil, it's also very much dependent on the fields of the environment there, because there you have much more different fields and a higher field level. So Jalal had the effect with 40 hours awake and fully there, no problem. And you see in here, if it's not, you cannot see it that good, but there is a mixture. You have the white GANs that is usually produced in a cup of life 1 that has a higher energy level, but also it turned like greenish. And that is for the cup 1 some kind of lower energy level. Then you see here we have a horizon at the specific height. Every winding is a different field strength. And if you follow every winding in a specific direction, has a higher field strength. We have 3 metacoils involved, one bigger zinc plate and this double coil. It's from the R&D section.
Have you tried the horizontal coil or plate method yet?
I have tried no from the fiber cups. I have many materials prepared, but some key materials I am waiting. I have ordered them and I have to wait till they come because I wanted to make everything out of glass. So it needs at my side some time, but maybe someone of the others have made it and me answer you.
Did you say glass? Was that the word that you used? You were waiting for glass, or I'm sorry that you said a word. I thought you said glass.
Yes, exactly. It's like this here. You have glass. It's purchased as drinking rod.
Oh, the Pyrex tubes then.
Yes,
I think
it's glass tubes and glass jar in these setups that
so
Herbert has made.
So you're not worried about the CH of the plastic affecting it because you're effectively doing it in glass. So you don't have the possibility of the hydrogen or that CH affecting it. It's a crystal. You're more like you put it in a crystal, which we call glass too, right? That's like the crystal glass goblet.
You may also use plastic jars. Glass jars are recummed, but you will also have a functional GANs if you make some differences. It's not that you have to use glass or it's much better. It was only my idea and I got stuck to it. So I decided to do it that way. But it has no special reason behind. You can make it. We have some borders, not to add additional metals, for example. But you have, on the other hand, some kind of freedom for experimenting with it.
Antonio again. Can we add magnesium to the cup 1?
Why magnesium is in there? It's between the interaction of the zinc and the copper. You don't need to add it because the field strength of it, because of the field strength difference between the two metals, you have it in there.
Oh, okay. I was mucking around. I added a magnesium strip to one of my cups just to see, and it dissolved away anyway. It fell apart, but I thought that would be good for the heart.
This is very good question, and the answer of Joseph is very good. Everything came from fields. So you can do everything from fields.
So if I may ask you, is the reason you chose the 3 coppers to get the field strength of zinc without zinc on that side, or did you just choose the 3 coppers to match the center coil in a way?
You mean about this jar here in the picture?
Yes.
This jar is in the Mr. Keshe done it. The guy is there done it.
So this is Mr. Keshe's?
Yes, yes.
Okay. No, I was just wondering because there was that one time we talked about
Yes, how to make the field of zinc from
zinc
copper.
with 3 coppers.
Yes, yes. I don't know. From my side, I didn't done it. but it's interesting.
So the next question perhaps is if
Can
you use,
can we make it a project, Stephen?
yes, we can make a project, but how about 3 zincs? What 3 zinc coils? What do you get the field strength of?
There is a teaching of Mr. Cash. He said use 2 coils, and the gap between them, it will give you a field. Um, and put your jar or your cup in that field and see what you will get. Can we show it next week, guys? If you don't try it, maybe you will find something more than that. What you were aiming to.
Well, it wasn't so much for me, it was for others that
Why not? It's not for you. Why not? It's not for you. You have the knowledge and you have the capability
I
to do it.
I've moved past it already. That's why I wanted to kind of
No, why not?
share that.
Why not? Why not?
Use your hand. One
Why?
hand
Why
and the
not?
other hand.
Why not?
Use your hands.
Your hands, yes.
Create the same field strength of the copper in one hand and the zinc in the other.
Yeah, this is all really, this is all tools to elevate you that you can do everything.
Is that how we get one hand clapping?
Can you?
Well, it's because originally the reactor group started out talking about the virus, and Mr. Keshe said that the virus is a field, an energy packet. So that takes you to another level of science that we don't seem to be, we're kind of inching towards it, but we don't seem to be truly on a path because we keep kind of going back to the GANs, which is fine. But we want to move away from the matter state towards the intermediary. And so what does the energy packet of a virus tell us? That it's not cellular, it's not a biology. Is it a computer virus? That discussion seems to be, in a way, the religion of the science and the medical religion is kind of keeping us anchored to the matter state. And though you have these devices that are in front of you that want to pull you away from the matter state, and you kind of have to see them to believe them, to let the religion of the science and the religion of of the of the biology relieve that and elevate your soul of physicality in a way to gravitate towards the soul of man. In a way, try to find that intermediary. Here's the kind of conceptual tools to look at it that way. And how do we move forward in our discussion about it in the language that we use that we can all understand.
And you just open a door also in the how to make a zinc from the coils.
But yeah, that Mr. Keshe opened that door a couple months ago at least.
Yes, and You open it again.
Well, I hope we didn't close it.
It will not be closed.
No,
Once
no, I
it-
know. It's like I mean, this is beautiful what they're showing because it's something we can see and something we can visualize. Now we have to move away from the physical visualization to the mental imagery of the theory and try to put it into a way that we can move to the next step of science. So this virus thing that keeps all of us captured and unable to go to Austria, perhaps at this time for a lot of us, to experience this. How can we solve this simple problem? Well, we know there's the eradication documentation and everything that's there. There's the GANs that are there, but there's something else that's going on. So we have to eliminate this whole. But can we talk about the fact that the virus is not matter state? That it doesn't fall into the cellular biology theory? I mean, can we do that and have a conversation about it? Or put that up.
Or will we get stuck on the matter level from images that we see? Yes, well, this is from Neil, actually, and I don't know if he actually got this mask or is threatening to get one like this. Neil?
No, I did order it. It's still in shipping. It's taking ages to get things from China at the moment, but these are handmade out of leather, and they're only about $57 Australian. And you can put Gansers in them, or you could put all sorts of things in them. But I thought this would be fantastic to go to Woolworths in.
Oh, it's a good conversation starter if you could be heard through it.
So I made one out of a screen door. I made a screen door, and I wear a screen door on my face because that's all I need to do is have a face covering. And they're not too happy about that. And
probably not.
But all they have to do is comply with a face covering, and a screen door is just as effective as a paper mask. Well, ineffective.
You've got a zinc oxide screen probably with that screen, so it might be actually quite effective. It might be better than a mask. Think about it. It's nano-coated oxide, It's very potent.
How many bugs do you get in your screen, Stephen? That must taste too good.
Well, it's the irony of the fact that on the box of the mask it says it doesn't stop viruses, so all these people are wearing all these face diapers or whatever they're wearing, and right on the box it says does not prevent the spread or the contraction of COVID-19 on the box that the manufacturer puts on there. So might as well wear chicken wire or a screen door on your face because it's about the same. At least with something that is least restrictive, you don't have issues when it's hot or whatever. But it's just kind of irony that you put out, it really is just a way to silence people and keep people apart. And that's what we're trying to kind of eliminate that subject right now. And I was wondering, well, Jalal's not in, but maybe on the 10th of October, there's supposed to be a gigantic sit-in rally in Berlin. And I don't know if we have, I think, a German, wasn't a German, someone from Germany was there, right? Was just with us. I don't see him up there anymore. But if they're going to Joseph. And so whether they can talk about, helping us, even though we're apart, we can support that. Because basically what happens is once one country like Germany takes a stand against the lockdowns and all these other things, that the dominoes will fall for all the places like Victoria, which is so heavy, or Argentina, all these other countries that are feeling such a terrible lockdown situation and muzzling by masks and everything. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. If anybody's, who's in that European area knows, they're going to be talking about that or anything like that. Because I know in one of the German scientists who was speaking out was arrested in London the other day on Speaker's Corner or whatever they call it, where they used to allow, anyone who has something to say could always come to this famous spot in London and speak. But they arrested the person that was speaking out, because of the laws that they're trying to interject into people's lives. And I was kind of trying to get an idea of how easy it would be to get to Austria at this point, or everybody's just locked down. I don't see Joseph up there anymore. Or maybe he dropped out.
He's on the list here, actually.
Does anybody know whether the infinity loops are showing at the exhibition?
I haven't seen any of them in the pictures.
Is Doug still here?
Doug?
I'm here. This Doug or another Doug?
No, Doug from the UK. Is that you, Doug?
You mean
It's
Dean?
Dean.
Oh, Dean. I'm sorry, Dean. Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Dean's not here right now. Just Jalel, who is there, and Joseph.
It's very funny, Jalal, you're going to laugh. When you gave us the tour live, I was so inspired, I actually purchased a ticket, even though I'm in Australia and unable to go, because I felt I would be cheating. I felt I was there. So I actually went through the process of ordering and purchasing and sending a donation for a ticket to the exhibition. And, whether I physically go or not, I don't care, because when you showed, you and Dean and Gunther, your secret spy mission inside, I felt like I had been actually to the exhibition. And for that, I thank you. And now you're fired. Sorry. You're fired up, Jalal.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, for the question about the infinity loop, no, we didn't see it there. And for the donation, I done it once before 2017. They were in France, and in that time, who was Jackie? He was making a workshop there, and I couldn't go, and I donate the money of the it was 250, I think, euro. It's not here. He's not here. So it's really worked, huh? Even if you don't go, you will be there. This is last time, huh? Were you? Okay.
That's what I thought, Jalal. I just thought, I'd be cheating if I didn't purchase or go through the process and send a donation, because I was there when you were showing live, and it was fantastic. And whether I actually go or not is irrelevant. But I think we'll all go, or it will come to us.
The beauty, Doc. No one who ever will judge you. You will judge yourself. Whatever you say, whatever you do, it's you who will take from it or you give for it. That's all. And this is really, if you understand that it is all one system, it's one plasma. Whatever happened here in this cell happened in the universe. And this is the open up. This is really open your mind to this. What what is there? But it's beautiful. I didn't come close to the units, maybe only 3 meters away from them. In a way, I wasn't interested in that units. Only the sun, what captured me. But the whole area, the whole field is it's amazing. But anyhow, anyone go there again, or maybe Joseph will go back? Go with the wish and see what will happen. And
Can
you
I
are
wish
fired.
for the flight? Can I wish for the flight system to pick me up and bring me there?
Yes, yes. Why not? Look, there's no more magic. There is no more magic. This is what they let us believe. As just what Stefan said. It's the religion of the religions, of the religion of the science, of the religion of the environment. You don't do it like these five monkeys. They change them all, and they doing the same thing. Change the mind position. Let it free. Accept. If you accept, you will get.
Jalal, the honey gans
Yeah.
was a wonderful feeling that you gave to me. I something I don't know. There's something happening because I can. It's like when we were in contact about the honey gans, I could see white flashes and things, and you could, in a way, interpret them. So that led me along, obviously, a path, but it just comes back to where you were and what's happening. And I guess what I'm saying is that it's continued for me. I can feel this field. You've got to say yes to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Accepting. Yes.
yeah, yeah, yes. And I'm not there. So thank you for that experience. It was wonderful, my friend. Love you.
Thank you all for receiving this. This is the thing. You know, I interest really before about heaven and hell because this is the way we lived in all religions. Hell and heaven. You are working only for hell and heaven. And one of Mr. Cash teaching, he explained what is hell and what is heaven. It's so simple. My God, you will change. You will stand up really if you are sitting. He said, heaven, when you have an energy, you want to give. When someone take from you, this is the heaven because they accept your energy. Hell, it's when you offer and no one take. Put it that really, put it that in your daily life. Whatever you say, no one accept. Whatever your shape do not accept. Your knowledge do not accept. So what will be for you? It will be hell, because no one will exchange energy with you. And heaven, that whatever you do, they will accept. They will take from you. I put a question before yesterday, Monday, in the Spanish teaching. I said, Mr. Cash, teach us how to make a devices to take energy. So we do not consumption, we do not take food, we do not drink. But why, on the other hand, why he make all these devices, all these gases, to make the agriculture more harvesting and more fed in it? And I told them, don't answer me. I will come next week and just think about it. Why? Why he do that, and why he do the otherwise, and give even to the cows and sheep and chickens and everything, and make it produce more. Ask yourself why. And this is also a question for you guys. Is it contradict? Because he's speaking about making devices and whatever you want you can take, and in the other way he show you and he teach you how to make gases to make more producing of rice and all of these plants and everything. Why? If we do not allow to consume, why he do that? This part, if you really answer it, you will understand what's happening here, what we are doing. And it's very interesting if you find the answer for it. And this is for you, Stefan, when you said, why? Why and how? This is the most beautiful question. I have to work, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Jalal.
While
Thank
you've
you,
been
Jalal.
sorry.
Thank you, Jalal.
I've just made 10 infinity loops while you've all been talking. Going to do an experiment to see about blocking signals to phones and things. We've had a result from one of our group in the plasma meeting we have here, the Northern Rivers Plasma Group. Doug's a member, where they put some infinity loops all around their windows, and suddenly they couldn't get internet connection. It was dropping out all the time. So they seem to be quite effective. But what we need to do is find out how many and whereabouts. Has anyone else had results with infinity loops?
Yeah, I've created half a dozen around the house. Is that why my internet's a bit haphazard?
Got to be careful what you wish for. Do you really want a dome of peace?
I want more than that, actually. I want everyone to have enough food and healthcare and education and housing, basic human rights.
Well, the dome of silence didn't work very well for Maxwell Smart, so how does the dome of peace work?
That's right. And if you lose your cell phone, how are you going to communicate with your friends and neighbors that might need your help, or vice versa? Is another consideration.
Well, I think in the future, we won't be speaking like this at all. Telepathy would be the mode of communication.
Yes, of course.
Direct, mind to mind, heart to heart.
I knew exactly what you were going to say. Thank you.
You might get a little ball to put in your pocket.
Right. This is the new thing that Mr. Keshe was talking about, this ball of knowledge, ball of everything that represents you would be in this ball that you carry around, all the knowledge you have. What else do you say about that, Mark?
Well, part of the Akashic record, or a part of it, is in the soul, and you would have access to that, and you would have access to whatever you needed around the universe. Communication and knowledge.
It reminded me of the pictures that we see of the early Egyptians, the inscriptions on the walls of the tombs and so on, with the Egyptians with the ankh in their hand. They always seem to have this object in their hand that they're standing with. And I'm wondering if maybe that is a similar connection to the universal knowledge, let's say.
Well, it would be a good tool for a wise leader to have, wouldn't it?
Yes, right.
Although leaders are probably going passe, so. And if you want to be a leader, Mr. Keshe says you're probably short on something.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. Sorry, I've just joined you guys. Well, I don't know the conversation. I literally just come in. I'm a little bit late this morning.
We were talking about you the whole time.
Thanks, Rick. One thing I was going to say, Rick, was this morning, if you want, is there any sort of requests that you'd like to see at the exhibition that I can show you live and you can speak about it? So we'll have requests of what you would like to see. Obviously, I can only show you stuff that I'm allowed to, but if anybody wants to see a specific thing, then fire away.
An overview would be nice from that we can see all of it, and then we may zoom in into some sections.
Okay. Let me just walk to there, Joseph, for you.
Why don't you walk into the Life and Hazard unit, Dean, fire it up and fly over, pick us up?
Yeah, I don't think I'm quite allowed to do that one yet. I'll have to do that.
That's next week. That'll be next week, Randy.
Okay.
Rick is saying that I can't show this the video at the moment.
Let me do some magic here.
Dean,
wave your big wand there, Rick. The one you've been.
Dean, the problem maker.
Dean,
No, I'm not going to make any.
Go ahead. Are you
I'm
going to
not
live
make
stream
it.
it?
Yeah, I'm going to do it now. Can you see that now?
No, not yet.
Let me stop sharing. Might help zoom things in. Okay, I see you there. I just need to get everything spotlighted and
there we go.
So on. There we go. And on the live stream. Yay, very good.
What's all those rocks and gravel on the tables around the reactors and jars and stuff? Is that just decoration or something?
I did think that myself, but then it makes me wonder whether it was actually some of the materials or whether it was decoration. But knowing what we know, I wouldn't surprise you if it's something else. Can you see that, guys?
Yep.
What is that black material? The white seems like styrofoam or something. Or is it like salt crystals? Perhaps the white.
It's actually it's like I don't think it's salt. It may be. possibly.
That is
Did you
good question.
taste it?
Can you ask? Can you ask Dean, please? If Mr. Cash come later, ask
Yes,
him
if
about that.
I will ask him. Yeah, I definitely will. Yeah, I'll ask whatever you guys need. We're getting
Thing-
first-hand knowledge here of actually looking at these reactors very close up. I don't know if I should be doing this, but so if there's anything else you guys want to see, please just ask, and I'll go. I'll walk over.
We will not tell. We will not tell. Not like
Yeah.
Rick. Rick, keep your mouth, huh?
Well, my mouth's sealed. No one will know about this video for sure.
I know nothing. I know nothing.
Mr. Keshe has already called me CI5, so I need to be careful.
Dean, can you go back to the first reactor?
Yeah, sure.
Can you back up though? Can we see it more in totality?
I'm trying to see the screen. There, is that okay?
Yeah. It looks like it's active, but it's not plugged into anything, is it?
No, it's not plugged in. No. It's
Or
not
that's the light. Oh, that's the lights from the over there that haven't heated up yet.
Yeah, that's the flickering lights above. Yeah, that's not. Well, I don't know. It seems to be the lights. Although when you look at the lights directly, you cannot see them flickering.
You think the black stuff is shungite?
Quite possibly. I mean, I have not come in contact with that substance, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But it's very light. I was expecting it to be very heavy, and it's actually incredibly light.
It might be graphite as well.
Yeah.
I would think that there are indicators for the fields that might be generated. If some fields are generated, that might alter the pattern of the material.
Well, the reason I asked you is because they look like high intensity discharge lamps above you. But if you look at the one above, I think it's off, right?
Right. So I'm going to show you now. So this is above. Can you see this?
Tell Mr. Cash about that.
Yeah. Okay. I will do.
Because I assume they were all working before they set up, unless they're old lamps that need to be replaced. But I would assume that all of them were in perfect working condition before everything was brought in. And I'm just curious if the field effect is having an effect on the high intensity discharge lamps.
Quite possibly. As I said, the one above me, I just showed you, it doesn't look like it's flickering at all. And yet on the table, as you can see, to my visual eyes, it doesn't look like it's flickering on the table, but to the screen it does. So it could be a frame rate thing.
Yes, it is a frame rate thing, and they are high pressure sodium lamps.
So we could be getting excited for nothing.
So the one that we see that seems to be pink and flickering there in the upper middle part of the screen right now, it's not really flickering. It looks on to you.
It looks on, yeah. You just see the white light. So I would imagine it's a frame rate thing from the video, from the actual the broadcast.
Interesting. I see.
Except for sodium doesn't have the frequency. It's such a high frequency that I don't know that the frame rate could capture it. That's for fluorescence you could do it, but that's what I was interested in is the high pressure. You don't usually get that. I mean, before they're heated up, you get that, but once they're heated up, they're at such a high rate of frequency that you can't distinguish the flickering. That's why maybe I was questioning that, but okay. Anyway.
You're thinking about the interaction of field, what the visual light with the field create from the systems. Perhaps Rick, remember when I say I film, I have the little video. When I feel it, this field, the pulsation is the same thing. In the first video of Lens, you can see from the one unit from the right in the bottom to the left in the corner, the same wave of fields. You feel and you see the interaction between the fields.
Well, because the reason I brought it up is it takes me back to the cloud video of when we saw the fields going through the clouds, and I'm trying to figure out a way how to detect the fields using a type of illuminating device. So I'm thinking maybe a high pressure sodium could effectively show us the fields if we could focus it as a parabola around the kind of like the way the dome is. If we can focus them, perhaps we can use that as a diagnostic tool to measure the field strengths, because the spectrum does fall within that.
He's putting fluorescent tubes around, I believe. He was talking about that the other day, I think the last Knowledge Seekers workshop.
Would you like to see? Would you like to see around the unit? I can't show you inside the units, but I can certainly show you the experiments that are going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I can show you that.
Is that Gans of flower we just walked past?
Yes. The flowers, funny enough, those flowers, someone told me what they were and I've forgotten the name. But apparently you only water them once. They and I need to empty the water. They were watered yesterday. You fill the jars up completely with water and leave it overnight, and then you empty the water out, and then they're good to go for another 7 days. Apparently that's what you do with these flowers. So that's what I've been told.
Orchidea.
Sorry, Dan?
The orchidea, the flowers in the table, all the tables.
Okay.
Orchids? Is that orchid?
Yeah, they're a form of orchid, but someone knew the real name of them, and I can't remember what it was. My typical me, I always forget things. So I'm just going to quickly show one of the experiments.
So is the weather overcast?
It not so bad today. It was yesterday. Today it's a little bit brighter, but it is grey. There's still a lot of cloud formations around. Yes.
You don't live there, right? So you don't know if this is a normal occurrence or if this is of this time of year?
I don't, to be honest, not yet. I've not had a full cycle here, so I wouldn't know that.
Are they nano-coated antennae on the tripods?
No, it doesn't look like that. I think they're going to be used to obviously hang experiments, and whether they're in full use yet, I don't know. But having said that, those balls look like they're filled with GANs.
You were showing some fluorescent tubes, I think, on the other ones, right?
Yeah,
I've just shown it there.
There you go.
That. Is that the only one around that unit?
No, there are at least 3 or 4, Rick. At least 3 or 4.
Okay. Right.
And there's many balls now that have been hung around. I can see GANs balls that are hung around the whole unit.
Mm.
What's interesting is that some of you would know, if you actually look at the unit, I probably shouldn't be showing you this, but you see underneath the unit the way they're tied down.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow I don't think that would stop them if they were going to go, but it's a wonderful way to show that they may need to be tied down.
Yes, but the unit has approximately 1 ton, and they got tied down with additional 450 kilograms. So it's just what we could do.
It was when we were doing this, Joseph, it was good fun trying to lift everything. I was seeing all these knowledge seekers, big strong knowledge seekers, helping us lift these blocks into place. It was it was an interesting time.
Did Mr. Keshe say today that the entire Linz Exposition Center would be lifted to Tehran for 2 weeks of showing in the Middle East?
He did, Mark. That's correct. Yeah, he did say that the whole exhibition will be basically put in a craft and shipped over to Iran for 2 weeks. Yes, he did say that last night. Yes.
In January, in the coming years.
I think in the coming weeks. I'm not quite sure. I didn't catch exactly when, but I don't think it's in the too distant future.
2 weeks in Tehran in January, in first month of the New Year's.
Okay, January, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you take that literally, Dean, that this entire exposition center would be lifted?
I took that literally as the units and the contents, whether it's the whole exposition. No, I didn't take it literally, Mark. I don't know if you did. You?
I did, because anyone
Okay.
who can hang a warship up like it was on a clothesline could probably do that.
Yeah.
That was a hot air balloon, that aircraft carrier. It was a model.
Exactly. He was showing them what can be done with his capabilities.
I'm going to now go and show you some GANs that I know that Jalal had an interaction with.
We have a request now that you're at the GAN section there. Bernard in the YouTube had asked, with the picture that was displayed on the screen of the bottles of GANs, what sort of GANs were in the red and maroon colored ones that were in the top left corner? I think they're the ones that you're looking at there, perhaps.
I think they are. So I will show them individually so you can see for yourselves.
If you could put the picture a little bit lower so you can see that phosphorus one. There we go. Thanks. That's the maroon one, I would say.
Yeah, that's the maroon one. Yeah, definitely. Phosphorus. Then the other one was CH3, and the one in the middle is honey. So the CH3. And then honey.
And what's the red one and behind the honey there?
Yeah, that's an interesting one, Rick. That's watermelon.
Oh, yes, right. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do you get any sensation of smell or taste when you touch these food GANs?
Me personally, right this moment, no. But I think many people who've not been near the Ganses themselves, and the people that come in have a bigger experience. As we know, once you've actually been around it for a while, it tends to balance itself out, and you tend to not experience it as such a big shift. But as I said, people that have walked in, they felt the feels very. You can see it dramatically on their faces sometimes. And this is usually individuals that are very open to it.
Did Gunther share with you, Dean, the hunger pains he had and how they went away?
He did indeed, yes. He did indeed. Funny enough, I've just because I was a little bit late, we rushed down to have some breakfast. So I had some breakfast. I wish I hadn't now, and I'd just come in here and seen if I would have been fed. But I didn't do that today.
Look to the level of the guns, how it's going to the right side. Do you remember the hydrogen guns, how it's look like?
I do, Jalal. Yes, it was all going off to the side, wasn't it? It was
Yeah.
all. I'll go and have a look if I can find it. Let's go and have a look.
And after that, go to this sticker, the 5 stack. Look to that. Look to that.
Okay.
Look how the shape of it.
Which is the violet? What's that one right there in the middle?
This is cobalt.
Before you go there, could you go back to the previous picture that we were trying to look at the level of the deuterium? If you make it a bit lower so we can see the level right there, yeah. It's got a dip like in the right side, a little bit higher maybe, so we can just see the, yeah. Okay. Do all the Ganses have a bit of a dip, or is that just the deuterium that's doing that?
The deuterium, they all, you can see them all slightly. I'll show you. There's like this one, beautiful one, lavender. And I know that there's many panelists that would like this. Like I'm sure Ursula would be very aware of all the beauty of all the lavender and these watermelon. It would be very useful for somebody who's worked in the fields of nutrition and the beauty of the vertical people for a very long time. She would know all about the wonders of our plant kingdom.
And it looks like the pinkish one in the background there on the right is also got a slant to it, a good slant to it.
So the cobalt you're on about, Rick?
Yeah.
This one. Yeah, it has. They're all slightly they're all pulling slightly to the right. Yeah. And it changes every time that I come in each day, depending on the arrangement of the ganses. If they've been moved, then the ganses do all sort of shift slightly.
Okay.
The reason is not moving the bottle, change the position of, is not moving physically. It's for interaction between the bottles when it's pulling in one side or the other.
Okay. Dan, I've just seen something. I want to show you guys this. So this is amino acid of CH3. This is very interesting, and you'll know why as soon as you see it. Can you see that dome that's produced in the bottom? It's probably the bottom of the actual glass jar itself, but it's formed over it very beautifully.
No, I see domes like that forming in my ganses as well. And my calcium one's got something growing in it, like a ethanderol blob of jelly.
Okay.
You can see them in the 5 sticker down.
Okay, I'll do that for you now, Jalal. So I'm going to go to the 5 stacker, yeah? Which one would you like to see, Jalal? In totality?
The fifth cup, soul of the earth. Down. Yeah, you see?
You see?
That was my question from Mr. Cash. He said, Jalal, why that's happening? And I want to say that is from the coil. And he said, no, this is the interaction of the earth with that.
Yeah, my earth one's doing the same thing as well.
Yeah, that's give you indicator what.
Sorry, I just dropped the phone. You just went for a spin there, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, you want to make us dizzy as usual.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Drop your phone in the Gans water and see what happens.
No.
There's a limit to our experiments here.
There is a limit. Yeah. Is there any other one you'd particularly like to see, guys?
Dean, question, are those glass rods or those drinking straws, are they affixed at all to the glass container?
No, they're not, Mark. They are freestanding, just placed, and then obviously the weight of the coils just to hold them in place.
And are they tubes or rods?
They're tubes. They're hollow. It feels like glass, but it also feels like a slight. I can't.
Silica?
It feels like it's not solid glass. It feels like something else. It's got that slight non-glass feel, if you know what I mean.
Like a clear plastic.
Yeah, that's that sort of feel. But I can't feel the weight of them, obviously, because I can't pick them up. So whether they are actually glass or a plastic, I'm not quite sure.
Polycarbonate, maybe.
Yeah, possibly.
Polycarbonate or acrylic.
They look like more like the Pyrex tubes you use in high pressure vessels.
Sure.
To see the levels of the water in the vessels.
Like a coffee maker or some sort of device like that.
No, in industry, you got the boiling water, the high pressure boilers.
They should most probably be out of glass, because if it's a glass jar, then we have the glass rods at the top. I don't think that there is used plastics. So I'm more in the direction that when they use so much glass, then everything is out of glass.
Yeah, it looks like laboratory Pyrex glass that I used to use in the labs. You'd know that by feeling the very edge of the cut, it would be sharp. If it's acrylic, it would be smooth and not sharp.
It's sharp. It's sharp, yeah. The cut is on the end. I've just felt it is it's sharp.
On the end of the tube he's talking about, I think.
Oh, so on the end of the tube. Okay, okay. No, that's rounded. It's rounded. Yeah. The end of the tube is rounded.
It's sold as a drinking rod. I've seen the packaging where they came out of, and it's a simple glass drinking rod.
And are we seeing some GANs of salt forming?
Yes, there definitely. There are lots of this is forming now on these quite heavily now, as you can see that. Yeah, it's forming quite a lot actually, Mark.
Hello, everybody. Hi, good morning.
Hello.
Dean, how high is it? Like, is it your height? When you stand behind, close to it, it's your size?
So Marinez, my height is about 5'8", and it's so I'll show you. So my height is, you can see me now here, and I have to reach up to the cup of salt. Yeah. So my arms are at full length now for me to be able to do this, because I'm not the tallest person. So.
So you think it's the size of somebody?
Yes, it could be the size of another being who's a lot taller than me. Yes, quite possibly. But I know the man who's put this together, Herbert, and he's my height. So.
In fact, they call Dean Shorty.
Yeah, your height in centimeter is, what is your centimeter height? In centimeter.
I don't know, Marinez. I've never done
161.
that. Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. He's 1 meter 61 centimeter.
Yeah.
That's his MI5 code name is Shorty.
So when I go in one of these units, one of the little back wishes will be to be a little bit taller.
So your head is a little bit down from the cup too?
It's no, right. So you're gonna have to see my myself again. Okay, so my head is above the second one. You can see this now where my hand is.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you are in front of the cup sole of the man.
I am indeed. Yes. Yes.
Okay. By the way, I had a question. My head should be in front of my soul of the man or my soul? Because when I made it, my head was in front of the first one. Is it correct? Anybody? Maybe it should be like that, in fact. The head is in front of cup one?
Meredith, how I made mine is that I measured my own body roughly where my chakra points are on my forehead, my throat, my chest, and that's where I roughly put each of my GANS kits on the 5 stacker. So that then you can stand near it. So he's standing on the platform now and he's getting the energies right where he needs them to go into those various chakra points on the body.
Dean, tell Schwan hello.
Schwan, Jalal says hello.
It's possible have the question from Mahrez. How fit your soul, like a position, not like a ratio, in one cup bottle where you make it the kit, or when you have a tank of I don't know how tons, and you create the same kit. How you fit inside? Correspond of the question about the 8 and 1 meter or 16 or not important question. The centimeters.
So my eyes should be in front of cup number 1.
This is for this reason I put in the question. It's not important the height. Yes, it's important when Mr. Keshe saying the animal or the beings, the peoples, have a certain height about the ground. Its shape of scale of brain, the soul is manifested in one way because interact with the earth. The animal is create the brain in another way. The plant is create the other way for the distance, but it's not the distance, physical distance when you create the horizontal or vertical cups. Is the difference, but it's the difference in the strength fields. What I understand.
Okay. Probably I will try with the chakras and see what happens. But my jars are rather long. It's 23 centimeters, my jars. So, okay, thank you very much.
Don't worry. Think about the ears and the eyes, the position of soul inside of brain. Why Mr. Keshe is bringing out this, or the regarding the Chinese people and the European peoples, the size, the distance between eyes, the ears.
Okay, and should be in front of cup number 1, ears and eyes, or number 2?
My question is why always regarding about the cups 1, cups 2.
Cup 1 is the soul, cup 2 is the soul of the man.
Don't get married with the matter state. Visualize yourself.
Right. You're interacting with the soul of the entity here, the 5 stacker, not with the physicality so much. I think.
Maybe instead of figuring it out, do what this guy's doing and just simply feel the fields. He's probably not trying to do all the details on whether his eyes should be looking at it or he should be kneeling or standing. He's just trying to feel the fields. And then when you feel the fields, you can alter your posture in slight ways in order to accommodate and feel something a little different, or to orientate yourself to maybe feel the fields more intensely or something like that. But to actually do it is 1,000 times more than trying to figure it out like beforehand. Should I be here? Should I be there? Should I do this? Should I do that? There's a billion million different combinations once you get into the head game of trying to determine beforehand what your experience is supposed to be. When just feeling the fields, it'll be natural. Oh, I can feel my solar plexus lining up with the center reactor, or whatever it is that you're keying into when you're feeling the fields is that's the reality of the situation. Otherwise we get stuck in our brain about the theory, the the conclusions or the results we might be looking for, and how it's supposed to be and what I should do and shouldn't do and so on. Whereas in feeling the fields, it's immediate right now. You are in the process of feeling, and feeling is different than thinking. And it's a world of difference, so to speak. Just a reminder about that.
Hello, Rick.
Yes. I feel good. I have changed. I have noticed a remarkable change, and in my happiness and calm. And I even put my chair. I sit my back to near my near that, and it works. Even I'm sitting, my back. But these information are all precious, because when I just get out of the first feelings, then I can try with other measures, but I'm actually subjugated by the by the effect of it.
So you mentioned your back. Did you kind of use your back as a sensor? You could feel the feels through your back in a way. Do you think?
Yeah, kind of. And just by I needed to be there for some time. Actually, I do a mass meditation, and there's somebody close to me who stays 3 hours. And then I wanted to stay as long without being tired. So I put my chair, and my installation is just behind me, very little space. And I could took 1.5 hours without needing to move.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And yeah, that was means like my body is okay, is in harmony. My head, my and that was very good for me.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Yvonne was asking Mr. Keshe a question today, and it was something he said, no, you're not going to peel my tongue or something like that. Because he said, if I tell you, he says, you'll be able to influence the outcome. You could influence the outcome. So that indicates to me that just thinking about something will influence the outcome. I forgot
Hello,
what the
guys.
specific question was.
Do you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
This is
It's,
Chaco from Switzerland. Ciao.
okay.
About the feelings and the fields, I was on the exhibition too, and I was standing in between the cups of GANs, and all of a sudden I lifted my hands left, right side, and I got a connection to my stacker in Switzerland. And it was an instant communication I cannot describe. I was completely connected. So what I just wanted to say is the fields don't care about distance or position so much. If it can take 750 kilometers, a few centimeters doesn't matter so much, I guess. Was my
What you
experience.
mean? What you mean you? Thank you. What you mean you got connected with your stacker?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
curious.
hard to describe. It was a feeling like this. My stacker was there, or I was in the stacker. It was a complete connection to my own stacker at home.
And what does it usually feel like when you're connected to your stacker at home? You
Well,
have a
since
special
then,
feel then?
I also have a dynamic reactor, and I use it mostly in the evening, and I feel the fields much stronger since then. So I always had the feeling my stacker is somehow connected, but in the exhibition it was one-on-one. It was completely different.
Yes, he did say you're creating a friend, something you can interact with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was a very nice experience. It put a big smile on my face when it happened. And thank you, guys. It's so nice to see Dean. Thank you very much. It's like I've been there again and again, and it's great. Great to see.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Is there anything else you guys would like to? There are a couple of people here. There's a lady called Lilia from France who's been into quantum healing, and this is her first experience of actually the GANs environment and everything. She's a very spiritual being who's had some experiences in. She's been to the Amazon jungle, and she's had many experiences in life that have happened to her. And I know she's felt the fields. You know, I know she feels it in a beautiful way. The other person here that you saw in the image earlier on was Swan, who is helping, who's with the foundation and helping greatly. He's an Iranian. He's a very, very beautiful person, beautiful soul, and they're both in the auditorium with myself at the moment. So maybe nice to speak with Lilia. Would you like to come and say something? I'm going to have to share a microphone, guys. So I'm going to pass it over to Lilia. I will speak, but I might be a bit distant in my thing. Lilia, can I just ask you some questions? And if you just speak.
Certainly.
Okay. So Lilia, thank you very much for coming.
My pleasure.
So
Thank you
Lilia,
for
what did you
inviting me.
feel around these ganses? Because it's your first experience. Did you feel any fields?
Yes, I did. I felt expansion. I did feel.
Yeah, you felt the fields?
I did feel the fields, yes,
Yes.
back and forth.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so for you, is it a feeling within yourself? Do you feel a spiral in your body, or do you feel it through your hands, or within yourself, or within your core? How do you feel it?
Here, when I did it around the bottle,
Yes.
I felt it in my hands.
You felt it in your hands?
When I stood in here,
Yes. In the 5-stacker, yeah.
in the 5-stacker,
Yeah.
I felt it all over my body, and I was not really back on earth when I stood back.
Okay.
Yes.
So you had an experience. So did you feel like a spiral through your body? Was it clockwise or anti-clockwise for you? Did you feel this feeling?
It was. I couldn't say if it was clockwise or counterclockwise.
Okay.
But in my head, it was very clear that I was definitely not here any
Okay.
longer.
Okay.
And I felt a very light sensation, very pleasant sensation. But I was elsewhere. It was really multidimensional.
Wonderful.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I know you feel these things. I know because we've spoken about this before. But so for you, when you stood there, did you feel any tingling in your fingers or in your feet, in the bottoms of your feet? Did you feel like you were slightly swaying, where you were losing gravity?
Absolutely, that I did. And as I stood there, I prayed to heal and balance a certain part of my body.
Okay.
And from that particular point on, my body just moved, and
yeah,
I felt it very clearly. And the pain is still there.
Okay.
But I stood there for 10 minutes maybe.
Okay.
And it was really clear that the body was, of course, attempting
to rebalance
itself.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And so your experience, you've not really experienced. How can I put this? The fields of this technology. For you, it's new.
Yes, it is a new experience.
It's a new experience. So, how would you describe right now being in this hall? Because you were here yesterday.
Yes, I was.
And now you're here today. Does it feel any different today? Do you get a different feeling? Is there a feeling of peace?
Yes, absolutely. That's the first thing that struck me as I entered the space yesterday. It was this just feeling of peace, peaceful energy, and very pleasant. It brought a smile to my face, and throughout the day, it was just very peaceful. Yes.
I think many people that come here feel this. There's many peaceful souls obviously will enter this this auditorium, this hall, but there's definitely an overwhelming feeling of, as soon as you enter this building, it is extremely peaceful. You feel very balanced, very calm. And I've got quite a loud voice at times. It's sort of a British thing where you speak quite loudly, but even I'm trying to keep my voice down now, because it makes you feel very calm. And I've noticed many people here, they talk very softly, and you can just feel that balance in that beauty within them, that soul connection. I feel it for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, it's clear. It's there is something palpable.
Yeah.
That's definitely in action. That's definitely there.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, and that interacts with everything else
in
that space.
Thank you, Lilia. So would this, with the GANs experience, would this interaction that you've had, would that make you feel that you would want to take the experience further and experience it in a bigger way?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I experienced it the first time in your company a few weeks back, again referring to that particular sciatica pain. And within, literally within 5 minutes, praying about it as well.
Yeah.
Within 5 minutes, the pain was gone and the mobility of my leg and hip was back.
Okay.
As if I had never, ever suffered from this sciatica pain.
Okay, so I'm going to explain to you guys. So this was, it was a pain pen that I gave to Lilia. It was a very beautiful pain pen that was given to me by the guy, I can't think of his name now, the guy in Mexico. He gave me this pain pen. I know he put his love and care into it, and he also put some GANs at the bottom. I'm not sure which GANs was in there, but it had very strong effect on many people that I used that pen on. Lilia, I was using it on Lilia for something on her hand, and then I needed to excuse myself for something, and Lilia actually used the pen on herself, and she obviously had a pain that I didn't know about, and she just used it up and down the back of her sciatica on her leg. And you've just heard the experience that she had using that pen on herself. I've explained that if somebody else uses that that energy for somebody else by giving, you can intensify that greatly by giving and sharing.
Dean,
But,
wasn't it David?
No, it wasn't David. It's Lilac. It was I can't think of it. I'm trying to think. I'm terrible. My mind at the moment. I seem to be going off on my own little spaceship at the moment. My mind seems to be clearing itself and then sort of fuddling itself and clearing itself again.
Miguel.
Miguel. Of course. Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
Michael.
Yes, Miguel. Yes, beautiful Miguel. It was Miguel's pen, and that pen had beautiful experiences with that. I've used it on 2 or 3 people. On knee ailments and all sorts of things, and they all had big reactions with it. So whatever Miguel did, it was a very beautiful instrument. It really was. It was a wonderful tool, and it introduced Lilia to this technology, and that sort of drew her into traveling all the way from France. The south of France. It's taken her 2 days to get here. So and she knew, other than what I've spoken to her once in a workshop. But the soul connection and that you get that soul pull that brings you into a position that you just have to follow your soul. And Lilia didn't hasn't had the teachings at all, but for somebody who's just coming in as a knowledge seeker and wants to be more involved, it's that soul pull that we all get, that deep connection, very, very deep connection that we all have. Thank you, Lilia. That was beautiful.
The pleasure is mine.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, guys, is there anything else you'd like to see?
Dean?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, can we see the UFO that they were talking about, the UFO device where it balances that Mr. Keshe was talking about?
I can go and show you that. I have to be a little bit careful because I can't show you certain things. So I will walk to it directly. I can show you it working. So this is the table it's on. And you're now seeing live the two items. You can see them both, yeah?
Yeah. So what were they talking about where some people couldn't get it to balance or something, and that a woman, she comes from the very top above and finds the balance point? Does it rely on the intention of the person, or is it that it's a learning tool?
For me, right, so obviously for a taller person, and Diana is taller than me, she was taking this device, the spaceship itself, and she was bringing it from this sort of height, and then as you place it back down, yeah, Swan, you have a go. Swan's going to show us now. So there you can see the magnet. You can see if you don't get it right, it's very difficult to place. Can you see this?
Yes.
Yeah, so you'll see now. And if it's not, unless it's completely in the right place, it will not balance. And this is the problem many people had, that they were doing this for hours and hours and hours. Swan, do it very slow. Just do it from the top and very, very slow, very slow. So what Swan's doing now is what the way that I found to balance it was to take it all the way down to the base and then very gently bring it back up, and it found its balance. Now, Diana found another way to do it where she placed it from the very top and brought it down very slowly. And she managed to place the spaceship. But it's very difficult to do. There's a certain technique, but Swan's just showing you how to do it there.
It's either two North Poles or two South Poles together.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, so we're going to see the moon now. So it's exactly the same with the moon. Now the moon's a different proposition, because being a sphere is there you go. Actually, it was easier, wasn't it, Swan? That was quite easy to do. Yeah, that was quite an easy one. Yeah. I'm just going to come this way and stop showing your ice cream carton. For anybody who's interested in using the fields of these items, I know they're tools, and they're like things that you have, children have in their bedroom and stuff. But there's much more to it than this, and we know that the fields that they emanate, and I'm sure there's things going on within this technology. I'm sure there's certain things I don't know about, whether it's GANs or whatever, the properties within these two items. But I know Mr. Keshe explained to us that anybody who has these two items and puts them one either side of the room will find a very balanced environment. So I think they would be the wonderful things for gifts for people that you could get, especially for children. They would love these just to view them, and and obviously they would tinker with them a little bit. But they're wonderful items and not just only for children, for bigger children as well, like us guys.
Well, I just noticed that there's a wire that goes to it to provide power, right?
Yes.
It's plugged into something.
Yeah, it's plugged into the mains. Yes.
And so, I guess the only consideration would be if it runs off of 220 or 110, 50 hertz or 60 hertz, and whether you have to have a nation, have the nation that you ship it to will be kind of like when the magravs, you had to determine, what grid you would be plugging it into. So
nowadays you got universal what do you call it?
Adapters, right.
Yeah.
But just just for, I don't know if it's the common voltage is 220 in, or is it 110, 50 hertz, 60 hertz, whether, not that it matters. I was just curious to
DC. It's going to a plug pack, so it's run by 12-volt DC, which is the LEDs. And
I can show you guys. I can show you exactly. So there you go.
It's also a loudspeaker, isn't it, Dean?
Sorry, yeah, it's a loudspeaker. Yes. Earlier on, Swan had the music going. I just turn it off, obviously for this broadcast. But yeah, but it is a speaker, and it's. Can you quickly put it on? I'll just play some music through it so you can get an experience of what it sounds like.
So it's a paired unit, like a Bluetooth with a.
Thank you, Swan.
Wireless power charging.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go, guys. So that you've heard it as a speaker now. So, and the speaker's very clear. It's actually, it's a strange phenomenon because the sound sort of like it's like a sphere sort of the sound. It obviously goes 360. It's not just from a one point. Usually a speaker just points at you from one direction. This feels much more 360. So that it's all encompassing. It's all you feel it all the way around from whichever point you're at. And the Swan's just saying, as you heard that, it's wireless power.
So is the UFO the speaker?
I actually don't know, even standing right next to it. I think the speaker may be the actual stand itself. I'm not quite sure, to be fair. That's difficult to actually to know.
I think it's
Look for
supposed
holes.
to be the UFO is supposed to be the speaker. It's a floating speaker. That's the whole idea.
I see.
Sounds like a concert.
Yeah. It's funny how the rotation of the spaceship changes as well. And I know I can see sometimes it mimics the moon. Not always, but sometimes they go exactly opposite to each other. And then sometimes when you leave them, they just suddenly find a balance and they start, it's that typical sort of magnetical gravitational pull where you get that misbalance and then it gradually comes back into balance and then goes out of balance and then comes back in. And it changes all the time. I've got to be careful what I show here, but I'm going to show you.
What was he showing us?
He's showing us, Swan's using his own energy fields to try and influence the actual the unit itself, as you can see. Swan is a very he knows about energy fields. I think he's been involved for a shorter period of time than some people, but he's an Iranian guy who's obviously knows many things and feels the fields. I noticed that when I was at Swan. He actually he showed me the units, the 5 stacker, and he was teaching me about a breathing technique to use and how to balance yourself. And he just he's a very beautiful soul that just feels everything.
So Dean, question. A lot of people go to places and they feel like they want to sit down. Do you feel like you want to stand up all the time?
Yeah, funny enough, you do. In fact, all day long I'm here, and you stand up. The only time I sit down is if I've got to go and see a client, somebody that comes to the hall who wants to buy something and help them out, and maybe I have to sit down to write something out for them. But other than that, yeah, you stand all day long, and sometimes a little bit later on you get tired towards the end of the day, but you don't think about it. It's yeah, you definitely stand. Yeah, that's very true.
Oh, thank you very much. I had asked a question earlier about, but I guess you're not in the UK, but about what was going on with regard to the freedom movements or things like that. If the thing that's going to happen in Berlin in October is going to, be throughout.
As you know, I'm based now. In the moment, I'm in Linz, so I'm not actually. I'm not too aware of it all because I've not had that connection. I mean, I've seen it on many different sort of social media sites and things. And I know there's some very big movements going on that we all know about. So there's a very big change going in within society. And I know society is starting to feel these fields everywhere. And it's a great balancing. We know with this Keshe technology, we all know, and it's been said by Mr. Keshe many times that mankind will change, and it's a gradual process. But I think that process is starting to speed up for obvious reasons, because the plasma fields, the plasma rays, those cosmic rays, penetrate from the unicos across through this planet, directly through the planet. The neutrinos penetrate everything. It goes directly through everything. So the plasma is in motion, and the emotions of this planet are changing. And that is down to the technology and the knowledge that's been shared with us for all humanity. So it's changing changing realities on this planet right now. And I feel within myself that these units, even without those units, all the magravs, which is us, connected, are just connecting more and more and remembering more and more and more. And we're coming to a position now where a lot of us are becoming very balanced, very peaceful, and the light's coming on. That's my feeling anyway.
So how's it on the ground in Linz? Is it a pretty open society there?
Yeah, yes, it's a beautiful city, and there are people are open. Some people are open to it, but like in all the places I've ever been, there's a certain amount of people that are very reluctant and very close to this information, because it just doesn't. Everybody's on in a certain position, in a certain path, on the path, but in a different position. As we all know, we're all equal. None of us are higher, none of us are lower. But some of us have just had the knowledge further down. You know, we've got more knowledge because we've been on the path in a certain place in time. As Mario would say, you know, some of us are playing the first note, and some of us are not virtuosos, but you know what I'm trying to say. We're much further down the line because of the knowledge we've gathered and the understanding we have. But we're all equal, and so it's just teaching people the ethos and just letting them experience this this technology and the feelings of these fields, this connection back to ourselves, this peaceful connection back to this planet that we know that we all, you know, within this movement, within this beautiful foundation, we know that you know, that's what we need and we want, and we will achieve. It's already been achieved because a thought and an intention by one of us, magnified through all the magravs, which are ourselves, it's already done. And as Jalal would rightly point out, there's no right or wrong. It's just the way, you know, it's just the way everything works. It's that balancing of the fields. For every negative, there's a positive, magnetical and gravitational, as we all know about. And it's just that balance. And we're now at that point. I think humanity is getting to that point now where the balance is about to happen. And you know, let's return this beautiful planet back to the garden that we were originally given, that beautiful garden. Does that
Well,
answer
you
the
know,
question?
yeah. Well, you know, the thought that I had was about the locals and how this exhibition is going to affect them over time in a positive way, and just if anyone's, you know, if who's a local there is part of this, will be able to have data, or they'll talk with people over time while it's there to see if how it's changed the people that are just in the vicinity of the exhibition and such.
This is a big one question for Dean. Dean, do you find yourself there?
I do, Jalal.
The real
Yeah.
self.
I do.
This is the feeling what I really want to put it out. You find yourself there. You belong to that dome.
Yeah, Jalal, exactly what you said. I had a great. I mean, not being funny. Linz for me is an area I'd never have thought of to come to. But as soon as the units were announced, I just felt this tremendous pull here, you know, from my soul to be present and to be around this technology and to be part of this historical event that's going on. When back in the hotel where I'm staying, I've started to introduce some very simple patches and things that I've purchased with the full intent to help other people. And so there's a couple of people that have got the usual ailments that humanity has, you know, aches and pains in their arms, in their knees, you know, the usual imbalances that people have through just wear and tear. And I started introducing it to people, and they, I can see that I introduced it to one person, the next person's approached me, and some of these guys and ladies were, to begin with, very standoffish, but then they see the peacefulness in the Keshe people that are there, and they see the ethos within us, and we just keep showing them and giving it with love and care. The ability to speak to them on a humanitarian level, and you can see it sweeping within them. You can see the plasma working its beautiful magic within their physical structure. Their souls know us. Their physicalities do not. But I feel that the magnet is working and flipping these other magnets, very much now. Within society, I feel it within this small little community, but I can feel that it's going to grow and grow and grow. So it's the seed, just planting the seed. You don't need to do anything else. Just show them what the potential is, and then as they say, as in the film, if you build it, they will come. It's been built. The structure's there. The foundation is already there. The structure's there. It's just a matter of, as Mr. Keshe would say, dotting a few I's and crossing the T's. But it's in reality, it's done.
Thank you very much, Dean. Thank you very much. I got to go. I appreciate your taking the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dean, this is Neil. I have a question. The people who have ordered the universal body enhancement units, have you heard whether they're shipping yet?
I don't know if I can give out. I mean, I hear certain things. I know that as far as I'm aware, that there may be some placed. I cannot. I mean, I'm not privy to such information. But I mean, in conversations with doctors and things, I know that this is all very imminent, and I'm sure that some of the technologies are already in position. Let's put it that way, as far as I am aware, but that's through my understanding. Whether that's correct or not, I cannot vouch for that.
Yeah, we have a New Zealand doctor who's ordered a unit that's going to be placed on one of the tropical islands near Australia. He's a friend of Cornelius Van Dorp, who's also a doctor. So we're very impatient to see this come over here. Have you been privileged to see the factories yet?
No, no, I have not. I've been just coming to the exhibition. It's a gradual process. It's like anything. People, I have got to get to know, people on a more intimate way, so that I can interact with people. And it's a gradual. There's a knowledge seeker. I mean, when I first walked into this knowledge, so from literally a man on the street, a little guy in England who found this on the internet and was a photographer for many years. And then all of a sudden I start having all these wonderful experiences. The plasma starts touching me in many, many ways. And I was going through an experience anyway, and this greatly enhanced it. And it's like, wow, what's going on? So it's that the journey's been long and very winding, and I've met many wonderful people on this path, many souls that have helped me along this path and have gently guided me in a very special way, and I thank them for that.
Dean, could you please so kind and show the inertia cup from the vertical people? With the crystals in there. I would like to know how they were changing the last days.
Okay, where would you like to see from, Joseph? Here? Actually, that's not the best.
Exactly.
This one's a better view, actually. There you go. Can you see this?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Yeah, they always fascinate me as well.
Have the crystals grown over the last?
They've checked. To me, they look like they've. It looks like they've. When the crystals change position, where where they've got cold and there's like a condensation. It looks like they've expanded that way. Maybe it is because the whole. It's obviously the seasons are changing. It's getting slightly colder outside, so maybe that's why that's happened.
I'm glad you're back at the GANS table. Emmanuel had shared in class a story about there was a military exposition in his country, And one of the events was showing an advanced night vision system. And he happened to bring plasma water with him, and he brought another container with GANs and water above it. Both of those were photographed. This is just a proof of principle and possibly an experiment that can be conducted here over time, and maybe it's already planned. And you, by taking a photograph with this advanced night vision equipment, you could see the difference in the light from just plasma water to a container with GANs and water above it. But I'd like to see all the different lights using that technology that these GANSs are giving off as a proof of principle.
Okay. So this photograph, it needs to be in a certain, as you said, a certain technique.
Well, it was an advanced military night vision on a helicopter, I think.
Oh, okay.
So an infrared type setup, so you could maybe turn the lights off and do an infrared picture. That would be interesting. See what the different GANSs look like.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if I've got that capabilities on this particular instrument I'm using right now, but I can certainly look into it, and I will see if I can. But it's like all these things. The things are said, and then I get busy within the. I don't get time, so I will. If I get a chance, I will certainly try to do that for you. Have a look.
It's a nice shot of your thumb there.
Oh, sorry.
That was the secret picture. You only knew what was beyond the thumb.
Yes, Rick.
Maybe it's not a thumb.
It's funny. One thing I will say is with this 5-stacker system, and I know you know how my experience. I've always felt the fields, but because this has been made by somebody else's soul, I feel it. I feel the fields, but you can definitely tell that this is the connection would be for somebody else.
Dean, we're still seeing your thumb or some other skin type texture.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I don't know what happened there.
Camera.
Okay, sorry. Can you?
Ah, now we see. Thank you.
Sorry, I must have touched something with that when I didn't realize.
No,
So as I was saying,
so you're saying.
So I was saying, Rick, that for me, I can feel the fields here. Yeah, I can feel the fields here. But for me, it's in a different way. The connection is not as deep as when you produce these for yourself. Somebody else who's produced this has initiated the thought and the process, and so for me to get that deep connection is trying to understand their fields and their thoughts and intentions. And so as you know, I do feel the fields very much so, but I can feel that it's not a disconnection, but there's not that deep connection I had when I produced my own cups, all the cups. I got some amazing experiences, and these experiences in here are very powerful, don't get me wrong, but for me personally, it's not the same connection. For me, what I'm trying to say is it shows you how important it is to go through this process for yourself. Exactly. And to actually to experience it and get that deep connection with the GANs of yourself, because it's the GANs that you're producing is yourself. It's your own thoughts and intentions going into this tool that you're making to experience and to give you new realities of expressing yourself as a physical form on this planet. and the sun's now come out. So I know that very beautiful things are starting to happen. For me, it's always a deep connection when I know the sun comes out many times, but it's funny how when you connect with the soul of the sun and the soul of yourself. You have many experiences that happen when you start speaking in a certain way about beautiful truths that are here for the whole of humanity. I get shown, for me, I get shown many things when I speak in a certain way, or you understand something, or you are serving to help many others. You get many signs from the universe. Rick, just so you know, somebody has turned up and I need to go and get them signed in everything. So I might have to sign off for a little while. If you want to come back, I will, but I need to go and attend to a knowledge seeker that's just arrived.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you,
for
guys.
being there. It's great.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Okay, I will speak with you soon. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thank you, Dean.
Not sure how
You're
much longer we'll go, but we'll try to catch you for sure. Okay.
Okay. Love to you all. Bye for now.
Our undercover agent had to go be of service there. So thank you, Dean, for showing us what you did. Really quite an amazing exhibit. Very simple, clean, but complex at the same time. Multi-dimensional, you could say.
Rick or Mark in the North American team when Mr. Keshe about the interview from the 4 o'clock or in the morning for reminding, for remember from to Mr. Keshe when it's this I see comfort. It's provide one interview if I'm not wrong. It's saying remember me when I have this interview, more or less tomorrow or this night. Mark perhaps is remember about this.
No, I
That's
remember
October
him
15th.
saying,
Pardon me?
okay.
Yeah, that's October 15th. That's the day I'm interviewing him on the radio show. Not today.
Well, okay.
Maybe there's some other thing that's come up. I don't know.
And that reaches 110 countries, you said, Randy?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll get some, we'll definitely make sure we have that information all posted and so on when we get closer to the date.
Yes, I'll be contacting Mark or you, Rick, for various things.
Yep.
Before we proceed.
He just said to remind him a day before or something. An hour before or a day before.
Yeah, about an hour before or even that morning.
All right, well, I've got a video I can play, which is related to the hovering UFO and the hovering moon thing that we saw. Let's see, where am I here? Yeah, I think I've shown this before, at least in the past. And I think it's about 6 or 7 minutes long. I'll just let it play through, I think, and if there's questions at the end, we can go back through and reference sections if anybody's interested in pursuing. And I can't even remember how this one goes, or if it's the correct one, or if it needs to be edited, but I'll give it a go and see what happens here. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's have a look at that. Oops, something happened and it crashed right off the bat. I thought it might have trouble with this movie. It's there's some issues with it. Okay, maybe I can play it different. Let's try here. Find out where this was. Okay, so just a minute here. I'm going to try to play it differently.
We saw the first frame. Now we're seeing
Yeah.
Dean's picture.
Yeah, it crashed on me, so I couldn't keep sharing it. So I'm going to try my other player and see if that works. So bear with me a minute here.
Try to cancel the spotlight thing.
All of them say bear with me. Can no one say rabbit with me?
What did you say?
Nothing.
Cow with me or something, you know?
Now, Jalal, Mr. Ket, usually you pay 500, right?
Yes.
Usually.
Yes.
It's always 500. Everybody gets 500. Now, Mr. Kesh said he only got 100.
Yeah. This is another 100. Yeah, it was amazing.
You'll all just pulls a rabbit out of a hat that's got an extra few hundred in
it. Yeah. This one is special.
We're dealing with a master magician and a master of disguise. Oh, yes. He said it about himself many times.
He's also said, I don't show magic.
Right, it's not magic. It just appears as to the untrained, unlearned.
Yes, there's many levels, it seems. So here's the video that I was trying to play. I'm not sure if it will play in this video player, but I'll give it a go here and just see what happens. I think I'm on the right zone. Okay, let's have a look at that again. This is dedicated to Mr. Keshe, and it's through his efforts that I was able to conceive of this even to begin with. I'm hoping that this is a future concept of a Keshe reactor. The idea is that it's a levitating plastic sphere in the center of this plastic reactor outer core. The inner core itself is totally levitating. There's nothing touching it in the top or the bottom. And it's controllable through a different means. Right now I have it's rotating clockwise at exactly 48.1 RPMs. And that's in a clockwise rotation. Since there's a vacuum inside of this chamber, when I open this valve, it allows the vacuum from out, the air pressure from it, the atmosphere here, to go through the pipe, through this T-union, and down into the pipe. As you can see, the copper pipe coming down from the top here, along here, and down beside the globe. And when I open the valve over here, it'll allow the air pressure to go into that tube and hopefully cause an effect. So let's see what effect we do cause here. I'm about to open the valve here. So right now we're rotating clockwise at about, like I was saying, 48 RPM or something like that. Slow down a bit, I think. We're at 46.9. Okay, I'm going to open the valve. Okay, right away it starts rotating in the other direction. Just with that little bit of valve opening, I shut the valve again. We're at 134 RPM there. I'll open the valve again. Okay, it's speeded up, you can tell. It's now over 200 RPM, just about 200, 202. Let's try it a little bit more. Well, we're nearing the outer limits here. And it starts hitting the 2. We're at 200. Okay, there's 218, 217.1 RPMs there now. I can go a little bit further on it, but it starts to wobble because it's out of balance. Once it's balanced, it should be able to attain 1,000 to 2,000 RPM without any problem, and up to 3,000 to 4,000 RPM with a little more magnetic stabilization. At the same time, I can use this device, something I hate, which is a needle. It's a hypodermic needle. It's got the sharp pointy end down there, as you've seen before, I'm sure. And what I'm going to do is be able to inject gases into the outer chamber and the inner sphere through this septa seal on the top of the reactor up here. The septa looks like this. It's a tiny little, in this case, green rubbery thing that you can put into a brass fitting, and it allows a needle to go through into a vacuum chamber, and you pull the needle out and it seals itself. It's a self-sealing septa. Okay, so what you can see is, if I was to, I'll just raise this a little more. If I was to put this in here, see what happens. See how it pulls that plunger right down? It means the gases that were in the needle are now injected into the chamber. With a longer needle, I'll be able to reach right down to the sphere itself, and with another septa on the sphere, I'll be able to hold this plunger back until it's right into the sphere and inject, say, a little bit of hydrogen at the appropriate time, or perhaps some scintillated helium. Okay, that's about it on this device. You can see with the partial vacuum in there, it keeps spinning along quite nicely. It's still spinning along at, well, it's like only about 109 RPM right now. Again, we can speed it up quite readily. Let's see what we can get it up to before a catastrophic failure occurs. See if you can see this here, and see how can I hold that. Not sure if you can read it, but I'll try. 166, no, 205, 210, 215, 220. 242, 243, 244, 245. Uh-oh, I'm getting speed wobble. 246, 248. Not going to get much more than that out of it. So we need a little more work to create a more balanced sphere, and a little more magnetic intervention to prevent excessive oscillation. 249. Can we get 250? There's 250. Yes. That's probably about all we're going to get out of it. 252. Well, that's it on that one. I have a couple other videos like this where it actually spins up faster and then collapses. But it gives you the idea of this thing that I put together some time ago. Oops. It allows the vacuum from... There we go. Any questions or comments? I was back in, geez, I think it was maybe 2015 or even 14. Let me see when that video was made.
When you were opening the valve, you were removing material or adding material?
When I open the valve, the air rushes in from the ambient atmosphere of the room into the vacuum of the chamber inside the vacuum. So it's adding material to the vacuum of the chamber, and it's removing material from the ambient atmosphere of the room into the chamber. Does that make sense? It's like when you suck on a straw, then the air rushes through the straw into your mouth because you create a partial vacuum in your mouth. I've created a vacuum inside this chamber, and the air wants to rush through that straw, which is the copper tube, when I open the valve. When it rushes.
I would think the sphere rotates faster in a vacuum. Why did it speed up when you added the ambient room air?
Well, you have to have something to spin the sphere. Like once you get up to a certain speed, if there's no additional energy powering that sphere, either internally or externally, then that's the speed it'll reach. And because it's a vacuum, it could rotate for, in a perfect vacuum, it could rotate for days and not stop. But if you want to get it to go faster, then you have to add some energy to it. In this case, the energy is the stream of air coming through the copper tube, pushing on the sides of the sphere. It's similar to blowing on
spinning
a propeller or something.
Yeah, spinning a basketball on your finger.
Yeah, kind of. And if you could keep blowing on the basketball on the side of it hard enough, then you would keep it spinning. And if it was in a vacuum, it would keep spinning at whatever speed you ended up stop blowing on it. It would keep moving at that speed for a long period of time, enough to wear out your finger, especially if it was in a vacuum condition. So in this case, it's just a matter of the airstream that comes into that vacuum chamber is just enough to control the speed of the rotating ball. It's a means of controlling the speed of the ball and controlling the atmospheric condition, how much vacuum is inside the chamber at the same time, because it tends to dissipate the vacuum when that air comes in through the tube.
Rick, we're not seeing the screen. We're seeing what we had with Dean there that looks like yellow on the left side.
Okay, something went astray there, so let me share it there.
I always thought things went faster in a vacuum. Like if you had a locomotive or a train inside a vacuum tube, it'd go very fast because there's no friction.
Well, that's right, but it won't go fast until it tries to go fast, either under its own power, or if you suck it through the tube by creating a vacuum in front of it and having the air pressure on the other side pushing on it. So, there's people that have created, there's the old, like a mail delivery system they had in offices that had vacuum tubes or pressure tubes, and they would send these little canisters through tubes in the office.
They still have them at banks.
Mm-hmm. So it's just a way of creating control in a vacuum condition where you don't have to use electromagnetics or electric or magnetic or other kinds of fields like that. It's just a very simple matter level, matter on matter, friction type, but without touching. That's the lovely part about it. So you have this rotating reactor. You don't necessarily want it. It's already under certain magnetic fields right now and under maybe a more or less stable condition. You maybe don't want to add more magnetic fields to try to make it rotate, or some other kind of, you don't want to add a motor and all that stuff that can go wrong in a vacuum condition, for example. And but you might want to have it rotate at a certain speed, like, perhaps say 1,000 RPM or something like that, depending on the size of the sphere that you're rotating and what experiment it is, and so on and so forth. So to get that speed is, what do? You could spin it and then get it into a vacuum condition really quick, and it would keep spinning in that vacuum condition. But that wouldn't give you very much control over how fast it goes. So I figured just blowing on it should do it. And sure enough, in the vacuum condition, because there's so little friction, it just takes a little puff of that air, and it's like giving it a really big shoulder push, basically, from those air particles hitting on the sides of the sphere, because there's no resistance to keep it from turning otherwise.
It just sounded like a lot of air going in there.
Well, it's just a tiny little tube, but it takes 1 or 2 horsepower, I think it's a 3rd horsepower vacuum pump pumping out on the vacuum tube end here to keep this under vacuum condition as much as possible. Otherwise, if you let the air in and get it spun up, then you've got a bunch of air in there and it'll just slow down the sphere too much. So the idea is to give it a squirt of air and then suck it out, and you recreate the vacuum condition.
Mm-hmm. And that's suspended by a magnet.
Yep, the same as the
UFO. Yeah.
UFO or the little moon, more like the moon one there. Like this was an Earth, actually, originally. I painted it just a copper color to simulate a copper sphere that could easily be rotating there instead of a plastic one. There's a magnet in the bottom of the plastic sphere. That's why it's able to rotate. Same with the moon one that we saw, and the UFO for that matter. And there's magnets in the base. You see the rounded base here. That's got the circuit and the electromagnets and so on, which are part of the control system to keep it levitated. And it was fortunate that my vacuum chamber just happened to fit right over that chrome bottom piece. So that whole bottom piece became the bottom part of the vacuum chamber. And I just clamped it right on there with the same seal I normally use for the vacuum chamber. And it worked perfectly. I thought, well, this is meant to be. But
Do you still have it, Rick?
to get this experiment set up was very tricky, because you saw how hard it was to keep the ball in place and set it just right in place with the those guys were showing at LIMS.
The positioning. I was going to ask you that too. Jalal asked if you still have it.
Perfect, and then I had to put the whole apparatus around it without knocking anything and making sure it didn't fall over. Yeah, I still have it somewhere here. I've got a different vacuum chamber I've been working with that looks very similar, with the same kind of setup with it. But
Okay.
this
Is your ball nano coated?
The ball, the magnet thing broke somehow. It burned up, or I don't think it liked the abuse I was putting it under or something.
Okay.
And it took me a long time to figure that out. I thought I'd lost the touch how to put the sphere on, and it just wouldn't levitate. It wouldn't levitate. It turns out there was something wrong with the circuit, and the couple hours I spent trying.
Let me give you a task to do if you have a time. You put a nano coated wire inside the ball. Attached it.
Nano coated wire inside the ball?
Yeah, attach it to the ball. And then you put a nano coated wire in the motor above or down and rotate this motor and see what will happen. You will see your ball in this condition will rotate itself.
Jalal, it's sorry to jump in here. It's Dean here. Can I just quickly just tell you guys, I've just come back and I was taking some pictures just with a normal phone, and I'm seeing those picture frames now on the phone itself in a picture mode. That's never happened before. And those fields, I can see fields flowing from as I literally try to take a still picture. So there's definitely something going on that is unusual. The fields are starting to, it looks like they're starting to show themselves in physical form on the back of the camera.
Can you show us?
I don't know if it'll show, Jalal. I'll try.
Was that the GANs you were looking at, Dean?
No, I'm looking at, I'm near the 5 stacker, and I was just taking some pictures, just some general pictures to share again. And all of a sudden, these fields just keep showing up. And I'll try and show it again, see if you can see it.
Because when you were showing the GANs, when you were previously showing the GANs and the way the light was flickering off it, it made it look like it was undulating.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the lighting again. The lighting is not flickering. This is something else. I will show you again. Rick, can I share it again so I can try and show it?
Ahead.
Okay, so can you see? Right, I don't know if it shows because I've now got the camera around the other way, so I can't see what I'm doing. So can you see it? Are you seeing this flickering through the floor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm getting this on literally as I try to do it on with the still picture as well. For me, this is not what I thought it was. I don't think this is a frame rate. Because it's never happened before on this phone ever, and all of a sudden it's showing up today.
And a number of those lights were doing the same thing. It wasn't 1 or 2. There were 3 or 4 or more.
Yeah, this feels. I get this distinct feeling that this is the fields showing itself in a physical form now on the camera. Again, I'm not saying it is, but it just feels that way.
He did say one of the units was on or something.
Okay, wait, Mark.
Building up the fields.
Sorry, Mark. Dean, go to the blue plate.
The blue plate, okay. There is that okay?
Yeah. If you put your telephone in that position, still you will see these waves.
Jalal, my phone is, I cannot see the screen now because I'm showing you this picture with the front of my phone, so I can't see it. Can you see it? Well, I mean, from where I am right now, I cannot see them. Not with my physical eyes.
There is not much of them.
Okay, it seemed to be more when I was near the enhancement unit, and showing it across the floor and near the Ganses as well. You suddenly got this, as we described earlier, this frame rate, which I thought was the frame rate. But as I've said, I've never had it before on this camera ever, and I've been using this camera for extensively for sort of like I've got sort of 10,000 pictures plus on it, and I've never had it before.
So there's no sunlight coming in reflecting off of anything?
Right. So the sun is out now. There's like a shuttering system across there's like a panel system. I'll show you it. There's a panel system, and it could be the sun flickering, but you don't see it. I don't see it with my physical eyes, so I don't believe it is that. But I'm going to show you the roof system now in the Linz auditorium. Can you see this?
You see this. You see the blue sky mostly in one light.
Okay.
There, we see a flickering light. There, we see the flickering light.
So you see the flickering light.
Okay. On the left.
Okay. I cannot see it, Rick, because I'm not looking at it. I can't see the back of my camera. So
there's another one that's flickering.
Yeah, there's right. So one of you're saying the actual physical light, but
every other one seems to be flickering actually.
Right. So I'll show you this one. That one's not flickering at all.
Yeah, we see it flickering. It's pulsing.
That's pulsing for you, but with the naked eye, it's not.
Right. So I was counting the pulses, and I'm counting right around 8 pulses per second, which is the theta brainwave frequency, and also that's what's called the Schumann harmonic of the planet Earth, or actually the ionosphere of planet Earth. It's the resonant frequency of the Earth.
Okay, that's interesting,
that's
Rick.
The rate of pulsing. It's right in the theta range. It's not beta. It's not like up around 10 or 20, and it's not down around 2 or 3. Right now, it's actually less. It's more like it's about 4 or 5 there now. That's into the deep delta brainwave frequency. That's of sleep and complete calmness of deep dream state, as opposed to the theta brainwave frequency, which is the subconscious, and for the shamans and people like that like to get into those states for soul travel and that kind of thing.
When he was focusing on the side of the unit, it looks like the shell of it is getting ready to transform into the plasma state, the way the flickering was happening.
You can see the lights there pretty good now, or just turn the camera a little bit to the right again there.
In the wall it's clear, and in the panel it's not clear.
See on the back wall, it's how it's pulsing there.
So to the physical eye of the man, you do not see this, Rick, at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a hologram when Mr. Keshe explained about the ray and the particulars, the mirror, half mirror. The way is like in the brain, from the soul in the skull and returning in different angle for create this position, interact between the fields.
He said the two units would be feeding off each other as they're building up, and then make a decision which one is going to lift.
It's funny. It's not a consistent beat. It's more like I hate to say it, but it's more like Morse code, where you have some short pulses and long pulses. And it's not consistent that way. But you'd think it would be if it was just a resonant kind of thing.
And Mr. Keshe, Rick has said that one of these units is, as we say, not switched on, but it's on. I mean, it's obviously the GANs are loaded into the reactors, and there's obviously interactions going on. And I think we're witnessing and feeling some of that right now. It's funny how all of a sudden I get this, you know, you get those goosebumps on your arms, and the hair stand up on the back of your arms. There's that sort of feeling for a little while now.
Where that couch is, or that white chair against the wall, that wall is showing red, yellow, green.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so from my perspective, through my eyes, with the salinity of my eyes on this planet, I'm seeing the neutral wall with a. Sorry, I'm going to quickly not show you this person. And I'm also seeing.
They're pastel colors, Dean. They're not dark colors. They're more of a pastel.
Yeah, they're more pastel. They are, but for me, there's a slight glow off of one of the lights that is slightly, very light, almost slightly orangey pink, but very, very, very light. And you can see that on the back wall. But other than, I can go back to it now. But the rest of it, what you've described, I do not see with the salinity of my eyes whatsoever. Nothing at all.
Do you have a monitor that you can see your broadcasting, or someone else there has like a iPad or something that they can tune into the broadcast?
There's only 3 people here at the moment, Rick, and they're all busy on their phones and things. So I haven't got anybody with me right now. This is just me being able to show you this, you know, on my own at the moment.
So if you had a monitor with you, it'd be like that's your detector. You can see what's going on then, and just in the dimension that we're seeing.
Yeah, sure.
What you're seeing.
Yeah.
Rick, remember when he made the cups and he said, we made it to look simple, but there's a lot more going on?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It looks like it here too.
Yeah, definitely.
This is like X-Files movie here.
Woo! Yeah.
It's like a remote control. It's like seeing the infrared light with the remote control from remote control or TV with the phones. With the eyes, you don't see, but with the phone, with the camera, you see. It's the same thing.
I'm just going to quickly just change your view, but I can't show the inside of the unit, so you're going to see the floor for a little while, and then I'm going to just show you something else. So do you see it now? You can see the whole experiments going on all around the materials unit now.
You see the way, you see it accelerates this pulse thing. It's not the frame, 24 frame of seconds.
There's definitely a wave coming across that floor.
Yeah, and you can see the unit glowing in multiple colors too. It's red and it's green and so on.
Notice only the light behind, in top of the unit, you see lighting, not the other two in left and right sides.
Yeah, that's the funny part. Are those lights out, Dean, that are, how can I say it? One looks black to us right now. The one right above you there now, that one?
They are out. They have only put every second one.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains
because
a
of
lot.
savings.
Yeah. All right. I thought we were just getting every other one was showing for some reason. That makes sense.
It's like an oscilloscope when you make the spinning one disc with the fans, with the holes. And when it's matched the frequency in the physical way, you see the line. When it's not matching the same frequency, you don't see this line.
Yeah.
It's the same here.
It's like the wagon wheel effect. Yeah. And we really see it here on the this enhancement unit, it's quite
There,
plainly
yeah.
reflecting reds and greens, and
This
you know,
looks it looks
if you
like it's
said,
getting
if you
ready
said you
to-
can't see that with your naked eye, then I say, what? Really? That's hard to believe. It's obviously, you know, flashing to me.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
myself as well. It looks like it's getting ready to turn into a ball of plasma.
So with the naked eye, yeah, you definitely don't see any of this. The colors, Rick, will be some from the one fluorescent light that's turned on, not fluorescent, whatever what it is. And obviously you've got daylight interaction. So I know as a photographer, you will get a mix of lighting when you have these sort of environments, and you will get those sort of slightly different colors going on. That's a natural phenomenon that you do get when you get mixed lighting. But
Well, like a
but
robin's egg
yeah,
that's
but
about to hatch. It's that
yeah.
bluish kind of strange color in it. Yeah.
So you'll get. I think this is interesting for you guys to see. I think it's a great enhancement to all of us with all the knowledge that we've been seeking for a long time, and all the experiments that you've done. It's great to actually see some things before your physicality eyes.
Yeah, well, it'd be good to investigate further whether we're seeing just a photographic artifact, or is this a means to detect the interference or interaction of fields, basically, between
Let
the
me
light
let me tell
fields
you
and
what
the
happened with
magnetic
me,
fields.
Rick. Let me tell you what happened with me. I take also a video of the expedition, and I was sending it to my wife, and it record a picture only 3 seconds, and the whole of recording it was only voice. Although I am putting it as a recording video, and I didn't notice that until I came here to home, and I am viewing it. It's nothing, only 3 minutes, 3 seconds or 4 seconds in the beginning, and then continue on your only voice, and the view is black. And I have an old cell phone. It's not a new one.
Now, Mr. Keshe talked from the center. He walked around this center. He gave a tour of the center. I mean, I can check the videos, but I never noticed any of the lights flickering.
No, but we did have a heck of a time with the audio, though, and it was just impossible to get a good sound from them. They had like 3 or 4 or 5 microphones and positions on the floor, and it just couldn't pick them up at all, and we were getting weird interference happening and some high-pitched sounds and coming and going of the sound. It was quite interesting, to say the least. Then he got a different system that seems to work a little better, but it's still a big issue in this location.
Well, we know he said the fields are building up slowly.
And it makes sense that you see the breakdown of the existing technologies. It does that to your cell phone. Imagine what it does to a computer system that's designed to control the ship or something. It's not gonna happen.
Another obsolescence.
Yep.
Okay, guys, is showing you, giving you another turn. What I will do is I will, after the broadcast, I can't do it right now. I will try and find my computer and switch it on and see if I can see it and see if it manifests again through my computer. I don't think it will, but I will certainly have a look at it for you, Rick.
Yeah, good experiment.
Yeah, I will do that a little bit later on today.
And even if it's not the plasma, which I think it is, it's certainly a nice representation.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought, Mark. Yeah,
Yeah, sure got
exactly.
our minds excited.
Yeah, it certainly has.
Works
Yeah,
for me.
yeah, it works for me too. Yeah, for me too, Rick. Yeah, yeah, beautiful. Is it right? So, is there anything else you guys want to see quickly before I go? Are you happy? Are you contented that you've seen enough from the exhibition hall? Or I suppose your thirst is unlimited, unlimited.
I'm wondering what you're going to see when you go outside with the Mr. Sunshine, Mr. Sun out there.
Well, if you want, I could walk outside now if you want me to do this, but I'd probably have to switch off for a little while. But I can certainly do that.
Is Andreas still there?
No, he left this morning, Jalal. He's gone back. He's driving back at the moment.
Okay. Safe journey, I hope.
Yeah, that's what I said. Safe journey. I can show you something that you guys have probably witnessed before in action.
This is the environment unit, yes?
This is the plasma breathing unit.
I was going to say the Hubble bubble, but that's not how we made it.
Yeah, so this is the plasma breathing unit. This is it just going through. Obviously, you would then attach the mask to the on there and breathe through this, but this is the unit itself in a working form.
What's pumping the air through there? A little like aquarium pump?
Yeah, I would imagine so. It's built within the system itself. Yeah, I would think so, Mark. Yeah.
Originally, he said you want to keep the water or the straw on top of far away. This is for demonstration purposes, but it looks like a tall water level, but it's very nice. You just want the fields and not so much the water in the lung, I think. But
yeah,
it's very nice. I mean, this looks like a medical center type device.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. As you've rightly pointed out, this is an exhibition, so you have to show things that to visually work well. It's not necessarily the correct way to show it, but in an exhibition, you show things to show its full potential. You know, to make it look
beautiful.
Beautiful as you can make it look. Yeah, yeah. And it's interesting that I know these have been placed, but you can see very big bottles of CH3 just and CUO as well. And I know these have just been placed. I was here when this was done. That the arrangement's been just moved across to accommodate the other units. So they were just placed, but I'm sure they're creating fields just by their replacement on this tabletop. I'll quickly show you in a 3 system one. So this would be I'll show you the actual leaflet. This is the GANS water unit. So you've seen some other things now, guys. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to see. I'll quickly actually I will show you this because this is I know you all will be interested in this. So this is the home replication unit for the GAN setup that you'll be able to use. And this has been here for a little while now, but as you can see, things are starting to happen. The amino acids on building up on top now, very much. And I think this unit's been left a little bit longer than it would have been because obviously people have been busy and it's just been left for the exhibition. But you can see the build up is quite immense. Are you seeing all these pictures okay, everybody?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah. Really good. Thank you.
He did say he'd be replacing the plates with something else, right? We're going to do something else. And he did say the factory in China that's producing, it only has 2 men, I think, running it. And he said they change the plates every day because they're using a different method.
That's correct, Mark. That's exactly what I heard as well. That you would be changing the whole of these plates out every day. So it would take, you would need a process where you had a continual process of nanocoating, so that you could replace them on a regular basis. So this would be a far more substantial setup than just just experimenting at home. You would have to be a lot more dedicated and committed with the materials and also in your application of using it.
Well, I thought he alluded to it was a totally different method, and that's why the plates were gone or needed to be changed in one day.
I haven't heard that one, Mark, so I can't comment on that. And of course, then after all this and all the excitement we've got of this, and then you have this wonderful to come. And we've all sort of forgotten, not forgotten, but we're all aware of this looming in the background as well. So there's so many technologies here that are waiting to be given to humanity when the time's right, to change humanity in a very most positive way. And obviously there are magravs in here. I'm not going to open them right now, but I can let you see, obviously just see the boxes. Many people have opened them and played with them, as you can see. So it's a very tactile environment in this exhibition. And it is an honor to be here, actually. It really is an honor to be able to be here and to be able to show you guys exactly what's going on. Yeah, it's a great honor. History in the making, as one says. History in the making. It's happening right now. And also, as we all know, looking at some of the banners, this is going to change the planet in a beautiful way.
Are any of the lights on above you?
The one I'm under right now is off. There's the one to the left of me. I can show you up top there. Can you see this? That was every second one is on, as was rightly pointed out by Joseph. And no, the one directly where I'm showing you now, there's nothing on. No, nothing. And if it's flickering again, I see nothing with my physical eyes.
No, it's not.
No. Okay.
It's off.
Until you focus on the light itself, and then we can see it flickering.
Yeah. Okay. Which may indicate that that's exactly what it might have been, but it's It got us all excited, but I still have a feeling that there are definitely field flow connections going on here, with or without the lighting. Even if it is the lighting, I still feel they're being enhanced by these fields, and they are doing other things than they would normally do. Just because it may be that the actual lights are causing this phenomenon, it doesn't mean that that's a natural phenomenon to that exact rate that as you rightly pointed out, Rick, to that harmonic resonance of the earth. I mean, whether they would produce those lights to those bulbs to that, I very much doubt. So I don't know.
Rick, there is someone in the attendees.
I'll get it. Sorry about that, Yvonne. Welcome.
Thank you. I had a question for Dean. What's happening with the radios?
Good question, Yvonne. I've got myself entangled in being very busy at the exhibition, so I haven't had a chance to actually set it all up. But I know that, that at some point there will be radios placed here. They're not here yet, but I'm sure there will be. I'm sure Mr. Keshe has got this all in hand. He did say that if you put radios around, you will, you will see the fields at different points depending on how they react. So I'm sure that is something that's in hand, Yvonne.
And to me, with the lights, it seems to be a heartbeat or a pulse.
Yeah, it's it's funny you should say that, because yeah, I
Definitely
feel,
seems like a pulse.
yeah,
The pulse of the Earth is that 7.83 hertz, right? Schumann frequency.
Yeah.
And it would be interesting to see if any of the lights outside of the center were doing the same thing. But now it's daylight, so I don't think anything's on. But
No,
come the evening, you might.
Okay, so Yvonne, thank you very much. That means I've got to drive back into Linz now later on tonight. Thank you for that, Yvonne. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, yes.
You got another assignment, Dean.
Another assignment, yes. I will. Yes. Okay.
You're the guy on the spot. Oh, if anybody else was there, I'm sure they would.
They would have a go. Yeah, I will. Yeah, it's only there's. Funny enough, I don't know if you remember if you were in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race yesterday. There was the Italian chap that turned up, and I said that this Italian guy spoke, and there was this deep connection where Stefania started speaking about something about teaching, and he literally had just spoken to me about wanting to teach this information on a soul level. And the soul connection was so profound and so deep. That's why I sort of jumped in. I know I'm sorry if I jump in sometimes, but sometimes you have to try and express something because the moment is gone, and then you lose the emotion of the actual moment that you're capturing that essence in that very moment. So as difficult as it is sometimes, I think sometimes you have to do this. And that gentleman has just turned up again. He's a young guy, a young Italian, good-looking young Italian man. And I can tell he's got a great interest. I'm just going to go and speak to him now. It's Alberto. Alberto, would you want to be on camera live? Would you mind? Would you be okay to be part of the Knowledge Seekers? You okay? Would be okay? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. So this is Alberto. Hello. So this is the young gentleman that basically I started speaking to yesterday. He's from the Italian community, and he doesn't speak much English, but we managed to communicate a typical Englishman. You sort of lots of hand signals and sort of smiling, and you find a way. Basically, I should imagine it's very much like when we meet an entity that we don't know how to communicate with. Yes, with thoughts and intentions as well. But also in our physical matter state, you can certainly use the 30 arms or legs that you may have or whatever to communicate as well. Yeah, let's get both of us in, so it's both of us together. There you go. Say hello, Alberto. You look, the world's watching.
The world's watching.
The world's watching, yes.
With who I have the pleasure to.
The pleasure is this is the Reactor group. So this is Rick Crammond and the Reactor group that has been running for a very long time.
Okay.
Okay, you know it, yes?
Yeah.
Ah, wonderful.
Hi, Alberto. Yes, it's Rick here.
Right, you can speak now. Alberto can speak now. You can hear
Hi,
him
Alberto. It's Rick here. Yes. Hi.
Hi, Rick. Your voice sounds familiar.
Okay, familiar. Yes, indeed. I've been at this a few years.
Very nice on the scene reporting, Dean.
Yeah, this is what we've got to do. So we've got to I was thinking about this just the other day. We all communicate so beautifully with each other, and it's time now for us to reveal ourselves. This is my feeling only. For me, I hid away for a very long time, and I've suddenly realized, as Mr. Keshe does, you just be yourself. You're a beautiful, wonderful soul. Just show your true light. Just be present in your physicality as well as in a soul dimension, and be fearless. We are what we are. However shape or form we feel or we look is irrelevant. You're a beautiful soul shining away, and it's time to be fearless, and it's time to show ourselves. Because with this technology, you're going to be seen by the Unicos anyway. So what's there to fear? What's there to fear?
If we all have telepathy, we already know all the bad thoughts everyone has anyway. So, there's nothing we can hide, nothing to fear.
Absolutely nothing at all. And when you start to really understand this technology, you realize that you are part of the creation. You're talking to yourself. And there should be no fear, because you literally are. If you're part of the creation and you're a soul and there's one soul, you're talking with yourself. So where's the fear?
Exactly.
Is a rhetoric question?
Viva Italiano.
Yeah, ask away, Dan. Ask away. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just reporting how I feel right now. I'm a very sort of open person who just says it the way it is. Sometimes I get it wrong, but it's just been, it's the mistakes are good. We all need mistakes to learn from, and we all go through many experiences in life that teach us many big lessons, all of us, and we're here to learn lessons. And right or wrong, if your intentions are correct and you have a loving intent, everything's perfect, in perfect harmony, always.
I'm wondering what Alberto's impressions of the exhibition are.
Did you get that, Alberto?
Yeah, I get the question.
Okay.
So I can formulate the answer. And there's a lot of suggestions.
How do you feel?
Have you been feeling the fields? I was going to ask, yes.
Have you been feeling the fields?
Yes, and there are a lot of processes in my body, and the fields are helping me in my growth as a soul.
Just after my arm's suddenly going to sleep, guys, so I have to readjust my arm because it's sort of falling off a bit.
Okay. It's the only thing I feel to say.
Hi, Jalal.
This is Miguel from Mexico
City.
City.
Miguel. Hello, Miguel. How are you? Hey,
how are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you? How's your beautiful family?
I am happy to see you there.
Yeah, it's good to speak with you as well. Such a wonderful, beautiful.
So, Dean, have you the experience already to be inside of the both machines?
No, Miguel. At the moment, we're not. We can be present with them, and we can feel the fields either side of us and all around us, and particularly the ganses. There's certain hot spots of energy that when you really, when you start concentrating, you know, if you focus your attention, as Jalal did, there's very much big energy flows all the way around. But as to actually going inside the units, Miguel, no, not yet. We cannot do this. No, not at the moment.
I think that the field is so big that it's not necessary to be inside.
I
to
totally
have the
agree, Miguel.
experience, to have the experience about those beautiful machines.
Miguel, I think you can feel it where you are right now, because I know how you feel things. I know the experiences you've had, and I know that the knowledge and the beauty that you possess. So I know that where you are right now and where I am right now, we can connect very easily. I know we're doing this by physical speaking right now, but I know on a soul level that we're all deeply connected. And the experiences I had with you in Mexico and your beautiful family was cherished by me, and will be cherished by me through my whole existence. You showed me a lot of love and love and care in a beautiful way, and it was a special time and a very deep connection. That bonding was there for all of us, and I still feel that soul connection now, all the time.
Yeah, actually, I was sleeping, but something wake me up, and I just I was watching the Reactor group, and was a very big surprise to to see you there.
Yeah,
to
I
see
know.
you there.
I know. It's
But
because
it's amazing to have the opportunity to be traveling in whole world. Dean, so
yeah,
enjoy,
thank you.
and as you said, if you are there, we are there.
Yes.
So,
¿Qué tal, Miguel? ¿Cómo te va?
Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás, Héctor Wells?
Muy
This
bien.
is Mr. Wells coming
I
to the
know,
conversation.
Mr. John Wells. Yes, we were. It was a beautiful community atmosphere when we went to Mexico, and I will always remember when we were at the bottom of the pyramids, and Ursula and yourselves gave that wonderful interview live across for the knowledge seekers for the Spanish community, and I always remember that. It was a very special moment for me.
Some days we're gonna be all of it together, all of it around the world, all the knowledge seekers.
Now, this is
because
Miguel.
we are a family.
This is Miguel who gave Dean the pain pen.
It is indeed, yes, it is indeed, Mark.
And
yes,
were you with us, Miguel, when Dean said he used your pain pen at this exhibition successfully?
Oh yeah. I remember that.
So Mark, what happened was, Miguel, I'll just quickly explain. So the pain pen that I used was actually in France. So I met Lilia, who had that experience with the pain pen, and she had that experience in France. And I think that experience led her to be touched by the plasma, and then that led her to come a long distance to travel to Linz, to be present here and to witness and experience this historical event that's going on right now.
Oh, it's good. It's good to hear that.
Yeah,
Okay.
your technique that you used, Miguel, in that pen it was a very big, very I don't want to use the word powerful, but it had immense magnetical gravitational fields, and it healed people very quickly. So however you produced that, you need to, I know you have shared it many times, but those pens that you produced were particularly wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, so Lilia's saying thank you to you now. In fact, I'm going to get her to come over and just quickly say hello, and she can explain to you exactly what the experience was, Miguel, because this would be a great connection then. So if Lilia's just coming over, you come in the middle here, Lilia. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So you have to get nice and close, guys, because...
Hola, Miguel. ¿Cómo
Hola,
está?
¿cómo estás, Lili?
Muy bien, gracias. Quería agradecer a usted personalmente porque hace 2 años machuqué mi pierna y mi espalda. y su pen,
Yeah, pen, yeah.
su lápiz de dolor me ayudó mucho. Me ayudaba mucho. Sí, sí, sí.
Miguel, can you translate that for everybody?
sorry.
Because
Yeah, she's saying that she had a problem in her feet, was having pain, and with the pain pen was helpful to
relieve the pain.
To relieve the pain.
Yeah.
Sorry, sometimes I have a lot of time without speaking English, so sometimes I am forgetting the words.
Estoy esqueciendo mi español también, olvidando mi español. No lo practico mucho.
Yes.
Ajá.
Sí, pues de hecho, aquí en este momento yo quisiera, in this moment, I want to say that the thanks for Keshe Foundation, because Mr. Keshe is giving us his knowledge, so it's very important. Don't forget that. Yes, we are knowledge seekers, but the credit is for Mr. Keshe.
Right.
And it's very important because sometimes the people forget and they want to have the credit, and is wrong, because Mr. Keshe is behind of this technology,
all of this,
and is behind of all of us, and is behind about the results. Is for some people could be incredible, but is he's in all places,
right?
And if we have good results, is about Mr. Keshe. If we have bad results, it's about the knowledge seekers.
Absolutely.
But we are learning, and in my case, I am very pleased when I had the opportunity to have Dean with us. Just I do what Mr. Keshe is teaching me. It's just give love, respect, and serve.
Absolutamente.
That is most important thing.
Yes,
so
of course.
I feel very happy to see you there, and I am very happy just to be part of this very great process that the humankind is taking place.
Absolutely.
thank you, Miguel. That's wonderful. Because we are all connecting on such a deep level. And if you really think about what Mr. Keshe has given us, that we've joined the whole of humanity in a beautiful way. Everybody that's coming together are they're just in joy, and they're just very peaceful, loving people. And it makes no difference, whether you're black, white, yellow, pink. It makes no difference whether you are a man, a woman, an animal, or a plant. Complete
if
connection.
If you remember one a video that he said, the Muslim, all the people gonna be together working in our systems is already a fact, because like we have a very big example. We have a Hector Wells. He already is in one country. Yeah, we have you of three, you guys in another country. We have a Rick Ramon in United States, and he's already doing that to have together the whole world, working in the systems and having the experience. Go ahead.
We're listening, Miguel. You're absolutely right. It's exactly what you just said. We're experiencing this, and we're going through this on an emotional level and on a physicality level, but on a soul level. And these souls are connecting. We're starting to not only be physically together, obviously the souls are always together, but we're starting to recognize each other all across this planet, and that then these beautiful souls are starting to shine, and start all the souls are starting to shine and emanate, and these health units behind us, you know, and the materials unit, they're going to greatly enhance these fields. But always remember, the Magravs are us. They are us. We are the reactors.
Yeah, actually, I was remembering the Maghreb that you gave me. So thank you very much. Because this Maghreb was working with Armen. So it's very important to me, the gift that you gave me. And I was thinking to have some configurations because I have besides the Maghreb, uh, I have 4 more of them, a little bit smaller, but they are in different sections. So we can do different uh, proofs or different tests with different ganses, and I am very sure that all the Maghrebs gonna be connected in the whole world. So um, having you there, Dean, is like a little bit of my soul is there too. So thank you to be there.
Thank you, Miguel. That touches me that you said that, because I know we're connected. Yeah,
Yeah.
as I said to you, you were so warm and so beautiful as a family, and the Mexican people. You really, you made me understand. You made the little Englishman really understand the beauty of humanity.
Oh, thank you. I am very pleased because I have a lot of rich love in my home. I have my wife, I have my daughters, and they love me too much, and that is a very great force to continue with these really good experiences that I have. I am having in my soul, but it's important to say also that I had hard times with some health problems, but we are coming out for that also, because Mr. Keshe is giving us a lot of support to the whole humanity. So I am telling this because it's important to say, because with the all the Magra systems we can support, and we can achieve, and we can just put apart all the problems that the humanity is taking experience about all the new way to live.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying there, Miguel. The experiences we're all going through is just once you're touched by the plasma, it's the path home. You know you're on the path, and it's for want of a better word, it's sucking us in. It's we're now becoming those enlightened souls that are helping humanity to re-remember its true beauty, and the information that Mr. Keshe has given to us as knowledge seekers, and all the beautiful souls that are present in this reactor group continuously, on a very regular basis. I mean, like Rick, the dedication of Rick is unbelievable, and there to serve and really serve, and humanity will understand this in now, hopefully right now, the dedication of many knowledge seekers to bring humanity to its ultimate position, which is love, which is what we truly are, true beings of love, and just the creation flowing through us. I mean, we, as I said, we are Magravs, and we are the sun. We are souls that are re-remembering our divinity, our beauty, what we really are. Thank you for that, Miguel.
Thank you to you, and have a great day down there. Enjoy all the plasma fields down there.
Yeah, we are, Miguel, and we're sending those plasma fields all the way across to Mexico and all across the planet. And we hope you all experience it really through our souls, because all the souls that were all present, and they're all very aware of it. So it's just the physicalities that just need to catch up.
Speaking of physicality, there's a question from Koto in the YouTube who asked the question, of course. Can you tell us again, please, how the pens are made, Miguel? Gracias.
These paint pens, they were made with ganses. Actually, the CO2 is the most important that we used. The CO2 gans, but the sediment, not just the plasma water. And we made the pen with ganses, mixing with ganses, and they are very
coiled
helpful.
copper wire.
Yeah, we can use a nucleus, just like a straight wire with a loop, like everybody knows, and we can have a coil with 21 turns, and if we have a bigger one, we can make another coil bigger than the second one to increase the field. But I think that the pens that I made to the conference of Mexico, when Mr. Keshe giving us the chance to learn over here in Mexico, I made with 2 different coils and 1 nucleus, right, Dean? Is 2 different coils or just 1?
Yeah, there were 2 coils. I'm pretty sure that it was 2 coils and 1. It's hard to see, Miguel, because it's obviously configured and a finished product that's actually the pens within, the cylinder that you supplied it to me in. So I can't really see, but it looks like there's 2 coils within themselves.
Yeah, 2 coils and 1 nucleus.
Yeah, but it's your beautiful nano coating process that you've done. I know you have a really great way of nano coating, and I don't know if you want to share that with everybody, but it's very powerful, and you know some beautiful techniques that you showed me. So yeah, they're extremely powerful, Miguel.
Yeah, actually the packets or the packets that you saw, I actually have more wire, increasing the nano coating process. So it's a several months to have patience and just let it grow, because it's growing the nano materials is growing every day. And if you have the opportunity to have patience, you can have very good results.
Miguel, that's the thing that most people that have become interested when they first come into this technology.
It's like the wine, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Older,
most people don't have the
better.
patience, though. That's it. They don't have the patience. They want instant results, and that's not the way.
Yeah, they want like in 5 minutes.
It's the process.
The results. So it's a process.
It's the process.
One time, Mr. Keshe was teaching us in one class that the first lesson is to be patient. It's the first lesson in the matter of technology.
Yeah. Soul connection and actually praying to it, you know, actually giving it your soul intention and putting those beautiful intentions into the process of releasing the plasma from your thoughts and intentions and creating a tool where you put your plasma into this tool to release those magnetic gravitational fields in a physical matter state, like the GANs. When you actually release this, and then it starts emanating its fields. It's quite it changes everything, Miguel. And as you know, with the experiments that you've done, you know how strong these fields are, and especially where you are when you're right near all those big pyramids that we went to visit and climbed up. That was slightly hard work, but also you took me to a very special place where we experienced some things. We went into a cave underneath. It wasn't directly underneath the pyramid; it was away from the pyramid. But we experienced some orbs and some beautiful experiences. I don't know if you'd like to quickly tell people about that, Miguel.
Yeah, it's a place. It's a interactive place because, as you said, it's a little bit far away from the pyramids because it's making a pyramid. The figure that you can have a pyramid with the pyramid of the sun, of the pyramid of the moon, and the point that we were is a vortex because it's having the both energy together. So it's a place that we all ancestors have the experience uh, to be a place to meditate before to go to the pyramids. And the entrance of the pyramids right now are closed, but in the past we can go directly to the pyramid from the cave that you were. So the priest just to say the word to understand, but we don't have priest in our culture. Just we have the old people that they have the knowledge, the people with experience, and was the people that they can have the opportunity to go to the pyramid. So the most important thing was when the people with experience they were coming out from the pyramids, but they didn't know how they came from the on the top because the entrance was behind. It's like uh the people they were impressed when the people with the knowledge just appear in the top of the pyramid. So I had the chance to have ceremonies there, and sometimes they are UFOs coming to the ceremonies because our ancestors, the Mayans and the Aztecs, they have connection with the people of the stars. Actually, when we have a ceremony, we say in the beginning that we are asking to the people to the stars where our ancestors are to come down the blessing to the humanity. So the connection is with the people of the stars is very important since the beginning of the human race.
Thank you, Miguel. That explains everything to everybody. That's what the presence that I felt when we experienced that as the Magras within that cave, and then walking up and down the pyramids. You got that feeling, that deep connection, and I know through your ancestry and everything that you know and everything that you've been taught, that deep connection to our star being. We say our star beings. You mean, the souls, ourselves, our eternal beings. That deep connection with ourselves, and you just explained and explained to everybody that deep connection that we all have. It's us. We all say that the aliens. What's an alien? We're a speck of dust floating around in a galaxy.
Actually,
We are the aliens. It's all of us. We're all star childs.
The alien word in our culture doesn't exist. It's just us. Us.
Of course.
As one universal being.
Whether that's Miguel in a whether you want to travel by a spaceship, as Mr. Keshe said, in a donkey, or whether you want to travel by your soul, which is slightly quicker, zero time communication. So I think for many of us, we've started off thinking we would want to get in a spaceship, but now I believe that many of us will want to travel by soul.
Mr. Keshe is giving us. It's very important. Everything is in our mind, but Mr. Keshe is giving us the chance to have a physical tool to travel in the whole universe. It's just the beginning, but it's very important to see, and it's not just because Mr. Keshe said that we have everything in our soul. Just we can know see that the very important tool that he's giving us in matter state is very important. It's very important for the evolution, because it's just the beginning. But don't sometimes I want to see more with my heart, but everything is there. It's just the beginning. 50 years of the work for these people that is coming from the universe to giving us the chance to be part again, because we were and we are part of the universe, but we right now we are having like a little bit separate from the universe. But with this opportunity, we can be part again from the universal community. Be part in a conscious way, because we never have the chance to be universal being, but sometimes we are a part in us just by our thoughts.
We never disconnected, Miguel. We
never.
We imagined that we did. We lived a reality that we're experiencing now, but we were never disconnected. We've always been connected. We just, thanks to your ancestry and all the knowledge you've retained, and through the knowledge that Mr. Keshe has given us to reawaken us, we all know that we're very close to being our true selves again. I'd just like to thank you for being part of this, Miguel. And as Mr. Keshe said, the script's already written. So we already know it's going to be a glorious, beautiful time.
Yes, it's true. So thank you very much, Dean. So go ahead.
Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you.
Yeah, much love to you, Miguel, and to your family. Thank you so much.
Yeah, all my family is giving you blessing. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Love to you all. Thanks, Rick. So my arm's now starting to hurt again. So we'll, if that's okay, we'll call it an end there and let you end the show if that's okay. It's been beautiful. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of it again, Rick. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks so much, Dean, for your interaction here. It's really made the show here. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been wonderful. It's been a beautiful experience, and I wish all of you would show that your true beauty as well. Not only in showing reactors, but showing your reactor yourself. Thank you.
Right on, Dean. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean, for giving us this beautiful show.
You're so welcome, John. John, you're so welcome. Thank you for being you, John. Thank you.
Thanks for your presence, Alberto, as well.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Joel. Thank you to Dean who
Yeah,
have introduced me in the plasma reactor group.
Yeah.
Maybe we will see soon.
Yeah, we'll see each other now. Now you've made that connection. Now you've got to be part of it. You're now with us. So this is the great thing about it. We're trying to pull away here, but it's that deep connection. As soon as we connect, and as soon as we start actually interacting, we get that rubbing of the fields, and the light turns on, and we go on to the next interaction. You know, it's confirming our own existence. I know, but it's very beautiful. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day. Have a beautiful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is. And may the light shine for you always, because it's very bright here at the moment. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you, Dean, and thank you to the everyone in Lentz who made this all possible.
Thank you.
This is very lovely.
You okay? Yeah. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
I'll just mute you there now, Dean. And let's see here. All right. Any comments on all of this or any of this or something else? See, there is comments about the light flickering, especially from Jedi Simon here, who mentions things about the the shutter speed matching the frequency of the light, and if it's not matched, you'll get a flicker and so on and so forth, which might give us some clues as to the artifacts we see in the flickering lights. But it's also interesting that it's the interaction of two different frequencies that produces that, which is also something that could very well happen with the plasma technology. It might be a technique to perhaps interact with three different frequencies in order to actually manifest the fields that might be invisible. Food for thought, and for another day, perhaps. Okay, any other comments or questions? Piccolo mentions in the YouTube, in order to connect in communication with the Creator, you need to learn to communicate without words. Okay, very good. We have the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, as usual, coming up at 9 a.m. Central European Time on Thursday, October 1st, I guess it is. And so I'm sure Mr. Keshe will have even more interesting teachings and news for us tomorrow's workshop. So I'm sure people will tend to attend that, as you usually do, and it's not at the 2 p.m. time, but at the 9 a.m. Central European Time, as per the usual time for those workshops. Okay, boy, it's been a full workshop. I think that's probably enough for now. So thank you everyone for attending the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, September 30th, 2020. See you again same time next week. Bring your projects, your creations, and your pictures of your flying saucer in the garage would be great. And until then, see you next time around. Bye for now.